Good evening and welcome to June 7th, 1941. That was a Saturday, and you know what? I've been waiting to present this program to you all week. It's going to be a good one. We are going to listen to two air checks from radio station Kgei out of San Francisco, 2-hour-long air checks. Jungle Gym front page drama, Edgar A guest, a 2-hour-long America First rally, and an address by Herbert Hoover, and of course the Your Hit Parade Jukebox, counting down the top 10 songs of the week. I will tell you about these broadcasts in just a minute. Please don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you enjoy content like this, and click the bell icon to get notifications as to when a new upload will premiere. That will also get us into that Google and YouTube algorithm. This channel does not qualify for monetization because of the vintage radio, music, and film content that we feature. Because of that, we are asking for your support. We set up two links in the expanded description section to this video. One is for PayPal and the other is for GoFundMe. Both are secure. All I see is the amount that you contribute and your name, and that's all. If the GoFundMe link is out of date, go to a more recent video or this channel's description for an updated link. These videos take quite a bit of time and research to put together. Thank you in advance. I'm going to ask you to bear with me for a little bit because I am going to be doing a little bit more talking than I usually do because of the content that we have tonight. I want to explain a little bit about it. Well, the first two items are two separate air checks from radio station Kgei out of San Francisco. Kgei was a shortwave station from Treasure Island. They were owned by General Electric, and they used programming mostly from the National Broadcasting Company. Their signal usually went to South America and to the Pacific. Now, these recordings are pretty rough. Many of you may have remembered, if you were fans of the old channel, might remember the Memovox recordings from the Pearl Harbor broadcast that NBC did. Well, these are sort of along those lines. I believe they are Memovox, but I do not know for sure. Memovox recordings where while NBC would record their entire broadcast day and then dispose of them. I'm thinking these were those type of recordings. Why they didn't get disposed of, I don't know, but I am sure glad that they didn't. Another bit of trivia when I was looking up radio station Kgei, by the way, they went off the air in 1994, but one thing that I noticed about radio station Kgei, their studios were right underneath the transmitter and they were bomb-proof. Now let me tell you what we are going to listen to on this first Kgei air check, which began at 5:54 in the morning Pacific Daylight Savings Time. Now we're going to hear the last 6 minutes of a China war relief program. I searched and I searched to try to find the entire program because I was going to merge it together with the final excerpt, but I was not able to find it. And then following that, we are going to get into the program called Excursions in Science. It's an interesting program, even though I kind of found it a little stale. It's an educational program, but it's interesting. It's one of those long-lost programs. And then we have a disc jockey show with Joe Gillespie. And then we have a pretty long newscast. I think it's about 20 minutes long, if I remember correctly. And then following that, we have another musical program. And then on the second Kgei air check, which was at 7:54 in the morning Pacific Daylight Savings Time. Now, I'm thinking that these two were on the same disc, but I'm not sure if you could fit an hour long, 1 hour on a disc, these Memovox discs. I am not sure how exactly they work, but anyway, it's at 7:54 Pacific Daylight Savings Time, and we get a little bit of a Don McNeil Breakfast Club program, which is a pretty rare treat from this era. Not too many of those programs exist. And then following that, we have a program, another disc jockey show called Reflections in Rhythm. And then following that, we have a religious program, and I was trying to listen to the title of this. The quality was so bad I couldn't exactly tell what it was called, but it's a Jewish program called Call to Duty. I believe it's called Call to Duty. And then following that is a program called Matinee and Rhythm. So we get a lot of rhythm, and that program is incomplete. Like I said, bear with the sound on it. It's a little bit rough, but it's a very interesting 2-hour program. Or 2 1-hour separate programs that it's a pretty cool thing. It really brings you back to that era. Pretend, you got all the clicking and pops of an old record. Pretend you're listening to your shortwave set and you're far away from where the transmitter is. Maybe you're out in the Philippines with the military and you're listening to this, or Wake Island, or one of those places, one of those outposts, wondering what you're doing out there when with the Marines or with the Army. But it gives you a little bit of a taste of home. No Armed Forces radio yet, and this early part of 1941. And then following Kgei, we are going to have Jungle Jim and Front Page Drama, both syndicated programs. And Edgar A guest, by the way, was syndicated. The Front Page Drama case is the Rattlesnake murder case. And then following Edgar A guest, we are moving up to the evening hours. Now, I did not see this in the radio listing. Well, there's a pretty good reason why, and they explain it in the program itself. But it's a 2-hour America First rally. Most of it was not broadcast. In fact, I believe only the Charles Lindbergh address was broadcast. There are several different speakers in this thing. Now, ironically, the first hour and a half of this recording is all from the America First rally, the same America First rally, but the Charles Lindbergh address was edited out and is missing. So what I did was I could not find this address from this particular date online anywhere, but I did find a Charles Lindbergh address from May 23rd, 1941 that was also done in New York City, and we are going to use that. I purposely didn't use it on May 23rd just so I can use it in this recording for continuity. And believe me, I really did try to find the June 7th Lindbergh address. I just couldn't find it anyplace. I even had the thoughts of, I found the transcript of it. I had the thoughts of reading it myself, but no, that just wouldn't be right. I decided to just use the May 23rd address. I'm sure he probably said similar things because it's only 2 weeks ago. And then finally, we are going to close it out with Herbert Hoover, and he is at Harvard College for the Commencement, and we are going to listen to that, and that's how we're going to close it out tonight. So we have just a lot of historical. Oh, wait, we're not going to close it out with Hoover. We're going to have the Your Hit Parade Jukebox, the top 10 song countdown. So we have a lot of stuff tonight. Oh, one thing in that, while I have it on my mind, to listen for in that America First rally, one of the speakers, I think it's the head of the New York chapter of America First, mentions something and that you hear mentioned quite a bit today in conservative media. You will find it very fascinating that in this regard, they have the same complaints as a lot of conservative commentators have in 2022, and I found that very fascinating. So you're going to want to listen for that. By the way, there are so many speakers in that America First rally, I just was not going to list all of them, but Lindbergh is really the highlight, so you're going to definitely want to listen for him. But it is a really cool thing. So we got a lot of news tonight, a really educational program tonight, I think. It's a really cool thing. I think you're going to enjoy it. All right, let's turn on this old tube radio, and we're going to switch it to shortwave and listen to Kgei in San Francisco.
When the sound of the plane died down, the poor little things crawled out, trembling, to find the only world they knew unrecognizable, blasted into heaps of flaming ruin. Their little huts were wrung with terror and pain. No home, no mothers, no fathers, only the raging flames, with people running everywhere, shouting and struggling, trying to save what they could, trying to put out the fire. These orphans of but a few minutes ran away from death and destruction as fast as they could into the country, crying out all the time, "Mother, Mother, oh, I want my father, and hoping to find them. Many of them starved for days. They tried to eat the bark of trees and the leaves of plants. They drank water out of the fields. They got dirty and very ill. But by and by, people in distant cities heard of their plight. They formed an association to help them and sent people to the war zones to collect those who were lost and alone and bring them back to homes in the mountains where they could be taken care of. The orphans come overland by train, in wagons and carts, or by foot, a long and weary journey. We try to help them to forget. This is your home now, we tell them. Are you happy? Yes, they reply, but I want my mother. More and more children keep coming in from where the war is, streaming through the mountains day after day. But as these children come to the orphanages, the bombers come after them. Oh, there is little escape, I can tell you. So we have to make dugouts in the hillside. When an air raid alarm shakes the air with its shriek, the children march into the dark tunnels. We train them not to be afraid, and we think they are not, though they seldom speak above an awed whisper. Try to imagine them, sitting in rows on small bamboo seats along the sides of the pitch-dark tunnels. Thus they sit and wait and wonder for what must seem a long, long time. Always listening for destruction and death. When you hear the enemy boasting about the bombing or capturing of more Chinese towns, you will know that many more children will have ascended on the dragon to the paradise of the pearl and jasper and gold. Many others will have been brought closer to bare earth by the loss of their parents, and can only be saved from starvation by the kindness of generous people in all parts of the world. On behalf of the war orphans of today and those of tomorrow, thank you. And for all the good that you can do, bless you. Signed, Madame Chantal.
Thank you, Miss Colbert, for another superb reading of that moving letter from Madame Chiang Kai-shek. I am confident we will all be generous in response. The address is Box 1000, Hollywood. Friends, we want to repeat these 5 significant points. 5 members of our cast stand beside me now to tell you these reasons why we should open our hearts to the worthy cause of China. First, Claudette Colbert.
The need is appallingly great.
Second, Lionel Barrymore.
The Chinese have helped themselves. They deserve and have earned our help.
John Garfield.
For 4 long years, the Chinese have fought for their freedom alone.
Ronald Coleman.
A helping hand to China is an investment in the survival of democracy.
Anna Mae Wong.
In every American city, there is a group of liberty-loving friends of China who've organized their local committees to help. Your mail may be sent to them or to any of the stars on this program. Box 1000, Hollywood, California.
Our thanks to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you will act now, while we are still in time. This is Tyrone Power saying thank you for your attention, and good night.
Remember, if you prefer, you may address your mail to any member of our cast. Claudette Colbert, Tyrone Power, Ronald Coleman, Lionel Barrymore, John Garfield, Alan Marshall, Catherine Grayson, Anna Mae Wong, The King's Men, or Gordon Jenkins. Box 1000, Hollywood. program has come to you from Hollywood's Radio City under the auspices of the United China Relief Committee. Bud Heaton speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The preceding program, one in a series presented over Kgei, was transcribed particularly for this broadcast. You are tuned to Kgei General Electric Station, Treasure Island. And now, Excursions in Science. Station Kgei takes pleasure in presenting an electrical transcription prepared under the guidance of the General Electric Research Laboratory, 15 minutes devoted to what you want to know about science.
My hands are full. Here, Marion, you open the door.
Oh, something bit me. Well, don't stand there grinning like an idiot. Do something.
Well, there's nothing I can do, Marion. You did it yourself.
I did what? All I did was reach out for the door now. That's all, and then something stung me.
Well, just a little shock. You'll get over it. It doesn't hurt anymore, does it?
No, I guess it doesn't, but it did frighten me. Did you say it was a shock?
Uh-huh.
How could I get a shock? I'm not connected to anything.
You don't have to be connected to anything. That was static electricity.
Well, what on earth is static electricity anyway?
Most of us have had unpleasant little shocks like the one Marion made such a fuss over, and what's more, most of us realize what causes them, in a general sort of way at least. Few of us realize that static electricity can be made to perform tricks. Here's Emerson Markham, our science reporter, to tell us about some simple scientific experiments we can perform with static electricity.
Thank you, Howard Tupper, and how do you do, everybody? You know, another name for the kind of electricity you make when you scuff across a rug and discharge against a metal object might be personal electricity.
Because you make it on your own body?
Exactly. Or you might call it surface electricity, because the electrical charges are on the surface.
Why do people usually call it static electricity, then?
Because that's the laboratory name for it. You see, if you should charge yourself with it and stood on a glass footstool, this electric charge would stay quiet and not move.
In other words, it would be static. But what makes it shock you if you touch a grounded metal object?
Simply the fact that the electricity, once a separation of charges takes place, and that's taken care of when you scuff across the rug, the fact that electricity charges the surface of the body at a high voltage compared with that of the ground.
There can't be much voltage accumulated by scuffing across a rug.
That's where you're wrong, Howard. It may be as much as 10,000 volts to cause a quarter-inch spark.
Well, if it's that much, why isn't the fellow electrocuted every time he touches the ground?
Simply because the total amount of electricity, or ampere seconds, which flows when the spark jumps, is very small. Perhaps only a millionth of the amount flowing through an electric light bulb in 1 second.
Now I understand. That's why you can't get hurt. But I thought you were going to tell us about some simple experiments we could do with this static electricity.
And so I am. Here's the first one. All you need is a cork, a rubber comb, and a head of hair.
Well, anybody who has a comb probably has a head of hair to go with it. Anything else?
No, except that the hair must be dry. Now, here's what you do. First, file the cork into a fine dust on a piece of paper, and then rub the back of the comb vigorously on your hair. The next step is to bring the comb near to the paper with the cork dust on it.
What will happen?
The little particles of cork will first stand up on the paper.
Well, why should they do that?
Because the electric charges on the comb, built up by running it through the hair, induce opposite charges on one side of each cork particle.
If I remember my physics correctly, opposite charges attract one another, and that's why the cork particles stand up. They're trying to get nearer to the comb.
Right you are. But if you keep the comb close to the cork particles, the charge will gradually flow from the comb and entirely cover them, so that both comb and cork are charged in the same way.
And since like charges repel, the cork ought to jump away from the comb.
Which is exactly what they do. So much for that experiment, though the next one is another illustration of the same thing.
What equipment will we need for this one?
The same comb, the same head of hair, and a thin stream of cold water from the faucet.
Where does the water come in?
You'll see. First of all, repeat the first part of the experiment we just tried.
You mean build up a charge on the comb by rubbing it in your hair?
That's it. Now bring the charged comb close to the thin stream of water running from the faucet. And by the way, the stream shouldn't be much faster than a drip, just fast enough to form a solid stream of water.
Assuming that we have the proper thickness of running water, what happens when we bring the charged comb close to it?
Even when the comb is several inches away from the water, you can observe the stream turning toward the comb. And if you do it carefully, you can make the water flow through a right angle.
Is that because the water has an opposite electrical charge to that of the comb?
Yes, that's the reason, all right. If you let the stream wet the comb so that the electrical charge will be washed off, the stream won't be affected by the comb anymore.
Well, that's logical, if the electricity is what does the work. Do you have any other experiments up your sleeve?
Yes, one more, but it's a little more complicated, demands a little more equipment.
What, to be specific?
A couple of rubber balloons, some thread, and a place to suspend them from so that they'll hang freely.
Okay, suppose we have all that. What's the next step?
You blow up the two balloons, tie their necks with the thread, and hang them from the support so they just touch each other. Rub the balloons against your hair.
One minute, Emerson, 1 minute. This is no experiment for a bald-headed man.
Well, I guess none of these are for that matter. Though a piece of fur would do the trick. But let's get back to our experiment.
Okay, we've got the two balloons hanging so that they touch, and you've just charged them by rubbing them on your hair. What then?
You'll see that they spring away from each other so that the threads, instead of hanging each other.
And that's because like charges repel, isn't it?
Yes, Howard, that's the explanation. Those like charges make the balloons lift themselves against gravity.
Wait a second again. Doesn't the angle the threads make give a pretty good indication of the strength of the charge?
Indeed it does. But we haven't finished with these balloons yet. Try bringing your hand near one of them.
The balloon will come toward your hand, won't it?
It will, and for the same reason that the cork particles were attracted to the comb in our first experiment. Do you remember the reason?
Sure. It's that unlike charges attract one another. The charge on the balloon is one kind, and that on your hand is another. Consequently, there is attraction.
Yes, that's the answer. And if you touch the balloon, it will actually stick to your hand for quite a while.
Long enough for the charges to neutralize each other. And then the balloon will fall away?
That's it. And that winds up the simple science experiments that Dr. Francis J. Norton of the General Electric Research Laboratory has worked up for us on static electricity.
Well, our thanks both to Dr. Norton and to you, Emerson. Before we go on to our questions and answers, if you who are listening want a free copy of these experiments in static electricity, just drop a line to this station and ask for your copy of Simple Science Experiment Number 3. Simple Science Experiment Number 3 is the title, and you can have your free copy simply by writing to this station and asking for it.
And now I suppose we'd better prepare to deal with some of those questions, right, Howard?
Right, Emerson. Ladies and gentlemen, the questions you are about to hear are actual questions asked by people like ourselves, people with a scientific curiosity about the world in which they live. The answers were obtained from members of the General Electric Research Laboratory or from other reliable sources. The first question asks, how much honey does a bee carry back to the hive?
About 23 milligrams, more or less.
23 milligrams? I'm afraid that figure doesn't mean much to me. I'm used to pounds and ounces and such like when I measure weights.
Well, 23 milligrams is about 5/100,000ths of a pound.
How in the world did anybody ever figure out that quantity?
It is a fairly complex problem, but this is how it was solved. First of all, the beekeeper who wanted to find out the answer very carefully weighed a bottle with a stopper in it.
But where does the bee come in?
The neck of the bottle, Howard. You see, the beekeeper's next step was to catch a few bees that were leaving the hive in search of nectar. Then he put the stopper back in and weighed the bottle plus the bees.
And that gave him enough information to calculate the average weight of the empty bee?
Well, let's call it an unladen bee, but that's the answer, all right. For all our friend had to do was subtract the weight of the empty bottle and stopper from the combined weight of the bottle, stopper, and bees.
And then divide that remainder by the number of bees.
Exactly.
But how did he know which bees he had weighed so he could catch them when they came back?
Well, that would have been almost impossible, so he did the next best thing. He repeated the process, this time weighing bees that were returning to the hive, presumably with a full load of nectar. And that's how he came to his figure of 23 milligrams.
It sure must take a lot of bees to carry a pound of honey.
Well, it does, for though a pound could be carried by about 10,000 bees, it more often happens that 20,000 are required.
And now I see why bees are called workers.
Yes, when you consider that a pound of bees contains about 5,000 individuals, you can see that each bee is able to carry about half its own weight in honey. A quarter of its own weight is a commoner load.
Emerson, can you tell us how far a bee has to fly to get a full load?
I think so, though of course the distance varies. But on the average, a bee has to visit from 30 to 75 blossoms and has to fly a mile to do it.
Oh, that isn't as bad as I thought. Only a mile.
Oh, how much do you weigh, Howard?
About 160 pounds, I guess. But what's that got to do with bees?
Let's suppose, for the fun of it, that you had to work as hard carrying sugar as a bee does carrying honey.
Okay, just for the fun of it.
Well, if you were to carry a load in proportion to your weight, you'd have to visit from 40 to 80 grocery stores, getting a pound of sugar at each store. And if you traveled as far as a bee does in proportion to your weight, you might have to go to the moon to get it.
That sure does put a new light on the matter. After this, I'll take off my hat to every bee I meet.
Well, it might be safer to keep it on. But what's the next question?
It's about bridges. Is this statement true? The sag in the cables of the George Washington Bridge across the Hudson is as much as 8 feet due to expansion on hot days, and the contraction on cold days is 4 feet.
The general statement that metal cables are railroad rails, or that any metal structure expands in warm weather and contracts in cold weather, is right.
Yes, I know that. But are the figures of 8 feet expansion and 4 feet contraction from normal correct?
Not quite. At the center of the bridge, there is an up and down movement of 6 feet due to expansion and contraction of the cables between extreme low and extreme high temperatures.
Well, that's close enough, I guess.
Oh, wait a second there, Howard. That really isn't all. The Port of New York Authority engineer points out another factor, and that is that the load on the bridge also makes the cables stretch.
How much more does that come to?
The difference between no load and maximum load is another 6 feet.
Then that means that the center of the George Washington Bridge can move up and down a total of 12 feet.
It can, and it is designed to do 20, and that gives it a pretty good margin of safety.
I don't suppose either that the maximum load ever occurs on the hottest days.
I suppose it's very rare, if indeed it happens at all.
Emerson, here's a question you ought to like. If the surfaces of 2 pieces of metal are sufficiently true and smooth, and they are placed in contact, will they be held together with much greater force than atmospheric pressure alone could give?
Indeed they will. 2 steel blocks, for instance, with flat parallel surfaces, once placed in contact with one another, can be separated only by using considerable effort.
Any examples handy?
Well, suppose you take 2 25-cent pieces and lay one on top of the other.
Well, they won't stick together. Try it and see.
Oh, I have, and you're right. But if you machined and polished those coins and then pressed them together, they'd stick so well that you probably couldn't pull them apart with your fingers.
And that seems hard to believe. Have you any figures with you?
As a matter of fact, I have. A few years ago, the Stockholm Technical Institute in Sweden conducted an experiment with 2 accurately finished, highly polished steel blocks. There was less than 1/2 square inch in contact, and yet these 2 blocks supported a weight of 220 pounds.
And you say there was no magnetism connected with it?
Not a bit of it. The blocks would have done exactly the same thing, no matter whether they had been made of copper or brass or aluminum, and none of these metals can be magnetized.
It must be quite a job to get these pieces of metal apart, then.
No, it's a relatively simple matter. All you have to do is to slide the blocks one off the other, and they come apart quite easily.
One more question, and then we can go on to something else. How do you explain this behavior?
By the attraction of one molecule for other molecules, Howard. The same kind of molecular forces that hold each block in its own shape are also operating to hold the 2 blocks together.
Well, here's our next question, Emerson. A gentleman wants to know what progress is being made in the manufacture of artificial diamonds.
Not very much. The prospects look rather slim right now.
It looks like a pretty easy job to me, Emerson. Diamonds are made of carbon, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
And coal is carbon, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Well, if that's the case, it's simple.
Oh, you think so, would you?
Well, if there's practically no chemical difference between coal and diamonds, then it ought to be easy to synthesize diamonds.
All I have to say is that a good many people have been trying for a long time to make artificial diamonds, and without much success.
Well, what's the catch?
Just this, Howard. A diamond is crystallized carbon, and coal is not. And somehow people just can't seem to get carbon to crystallize in the form of diamonds.
I thought some Frenchman had been successful in his experiments.
So did a lot of people at the time. But it turned out that his artificial diamonds were not diamonds at all, but carborundum.
Well, that'll make our questioner happy. He thinks that if artificial diamonds are ever produced, it will ruin the pleasant jewelry trade.
Perhaps it would, and then on the other hand, it might not affect it to speak of.
What do you mean by that, Sir Oracle?
Well, only that very few diamonds are perfect enough for jewelry. A lot of diamonds are used in industry as drills and saws, as an abrasive, and as material for diamond dyes. About $4 million is spent every year for commercial diamonds.
And that's a lot of money in any man's language. I suppose that that's where artificial diamonds would find their greatest market if scientists should ever succeed in making them.
I suspect that it is, but as I mentioned a moment ago, the outlook right now doesn't seem very promising.
Nor does the outlook on our time look very promising either. As a matter of fact, it's just about up. So thank you, Emerson Markham, and so long, everybody, until our next excursion in science.
The preceding program was electrically transcribed. You are tuned to Kgei, General Electric Station on Treasure Island, San Francisco Bay, in the United States of America. At this time, we join the networks of the National Broadcasting Company, the program with Joe Gillespie, already in progress.
Waltz of the Flowers from the Nutcracker Suite, played by Rosario Bourdon. Well, the correct time is now 20 minutes. No, it's 18 minutes and 40 seconds after 6. 18 minutes and 40 seconds. Have no thoughts to yourself or anybody listening in. Well, listen to the story of Bess Johnson on KPO Mondays through Fridays. That's not today, but every Monday through Friday at 9:15 to 9:30 a.m. A little interesting note here in the list of notes. Here's another one. I see that they now use toothpicks in transplanting pecan trees. Isn't this marvelous, though, all this interesting information? It seems that transplanting often kills the tender young pecan tree, and so growers now bore little holes in the roots, plug them with toothpicks, which are soaked in a growth-promoting substance. I'll have some with vanilla, please, Ken. How about the Deep River Boys? Have they got a little song for us there? How does that number go? Grandfather's clock, da-da-da-da-da-da.
Grandfather's clock, now my grandfather's clock was too big for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, so it weighed not a penny before. It was born on the morn of the day that he was born, and was always his treasure and pride. Stop, short, never to go again when the old man died. It was thought on the morn that the old man was born, and was always his treasure and pride. But stop, stop, never to go again when the old man died. Now in watching his pen, till him swing to and fro, many hours had he spent, while the boy as in childhood and man with the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 as he entered at the door, with a blooming and beautiful bride. Stop, short, never to go again when the old man died. It was thought on the morn that the old man was born, and was always his treasure and pride. But stop, never to go again when the old man died. Grandfather's clock, grandfather's clock, grandfather's clock, tick-tock, tock-tock, grandfather's clock, grandfather's clock, grandfather's clock, grandfather's clock.
You tell it. You tell it yourself, Bud. Oh, that was Grandfather's Clock, played or sung by the Deep River Boys. Yeah. Correct Pacific Standard Time. I was going to say official. It is, too. Official Pacific Standard Time is 22 minutes after 6 right now. You know, there are over 106 million volumes in the public libraries of the United States. New York State leads with other 13 million, with over 13 million. Yeah. New Mexico is low with only 163 million, 1,000 volumes. And now we're all educated. See if we've all got flat feet. Here's Ben Klassen to sing for us a little number called Love You Are Mine Tonight.
In a dream of romance is the theme of this heavenly meeting tonight. You're so thrilling a feeling, and I'll hold this sweet memory in my heart. Love you are mine tonight. Beneath a sky of starry light. Hearts are filled with love beneath the magic bower. Bright moonbeams, love you are
of You Are Mine Tonight, sung by Ben Klassen. Correct time, 26 minutes and 5 seconds after 6 a.m. Here's a little item especially for our erstwhile engineer, Mr. Ken Owen. You've probably entertained thoughts, Ken, of traveling to the moon by rocket ship sometime in the future. We'd advise you to forget all about it because scientists have figured that such a ship, assuming that it could travel as fast as an artillery shell, would have to be 5 miles in diameter in order to withstand the wear of friction. Scientists say so. I don't know who they are, but that's what it says here. So I'm sorry, Ken. You just have to stay right here and run record for us. Time's 26 minutes and 40 seconds after 6 a.m. right now. And, Ken, how does this next number go, please? Just a little singing introduction. Oh, you're getting stubborn now, huh? The same old story played by Richard Lieber. So we come to the midway point in our program, Your Timekeeper, which features music from Transcriptions.
You are tuned to Kgei, General Electric Station, Treasure Island. And now the second edition of our daily news compiled from the complete reports of the International News Service. London, German bombers and long-range Big Berthas on the French coast unleashed a heavy attack early today against a large shipping convoy passing through the Straits of Dover. The aerial assault and artillery barrage against the ships lasted for several hours. It occurred after RAF planes and Nazi bombers had traded blows during last night. Residents of the southeast coast region were awakened by heavy explosions when the German artillery battery at Boulogne began sending over salvos of 2 shells, each in quick succession. A little later, the battery at Cape Kgei joined in with 4-gun salvos that rocked the English towns. Shortly after midnight, British bombers attacked the Nazi-held invasion coast
hitting Calais as well as the various Big Bertha emplacements. Searchlight beams, anti-aircraft fire, and bomb flashes were visible from the English coast as the British planes poured down their fury on the German positions. While this attack was in progress, several groups of German raiders attacked a southeast coast town. The Air Ministry announced that a few German planes flew inland during the night, dropping bombs on one London district and a town in the southeast. Some damage and a small number of casualties were caused. No alarm was sounded in the capital, but anti-aircraft guns went into action. Raiders also flew over a southwestern English town, dropping high explosives. Hostilities in Syria were expected at any moment today as new reports reached London of major Axis preparations for total war in the Near East. British authorities displayed keen interest in the statement of a French government military spokesman at Vichy, who declared, "Fighting is expected to break out in Syria at any time because it appears that Britain has decided to move in. French defenses in Syria are ready. France will fight alone." Authoritative London quarters took the view the Vichy statement was issued in the hope of drawing an official reply from London, which would give French authorities valuable information. Meanwhile, the Nazis were reported increasingly active in the entire Near Eastern theater. Reports from Ankara said 8 German pocket submarines, small but deadly undersea craft, have been seen in the harbor of Beirut during the past week. Similarly, it was reported that the Germans have mined the waters off the British-owned eastern Mediterranean island of Cyprus, using both planes and submarines for this task. These advices followed yesterday's official revelation that Italian as well as German planes are now based at Syrian aerodromes. RAF headquarters in the Middle East announced the British planes had bombed Italian aircraft at the Syrian airfield at Aleppo. Berlin, Germany. A new bombing attack on Malta, the strategic British Mediterranean stronghold, was announced by the German High Command. German planes struck at Malta following a previous heavy German air raid on the British naval base at Alexandria, Egypt, and an Italian raid on Gibraltar at the western entrance of the Mediterranean. The 3 raids were regarded as part of a gathering Axis aerial offensive designed to smash British power in the Mediterranean Sea. At the same time it was announced, a single German bomber during the night destroyed a 15,000-ton ship in Lockheed Harbour on the west coast of Scotland. Another 12,500-ton merchant vessel laden with combustibles was declared to have blown up and sunk in Lockheed after receiving a direct hit. Other German planes were said to have severely damaged an 8,000-ton ship and a 7,000-ton vessel in the Thames estuary. Luftwaffe bombers during the night also attacked war-important objectives on the south coast of England, Berlin said, setting on fire and damaging several industrial plants. From Berlin also, without even waiting for the note, Germany today sharply rejected the anticipated Egyptian protest over Wednesday night's bombing of Alexandria. Such a protest lacks justification, the Germans argue, since British troops and warships have been using Alexandria as a base for operations. The Germans are prepared in their forthcoming formal rejection to point out also that the Luftwaffe confined its attack to war-important targets. Describing the Alexandria raid, an eyewitness today said, "Our bombs scored direct hits on the huge oil stores and warehouses from which the British fleet is supplied. Gigantic flame sheets shot up into the sky, and the entire waterfront was ablaze. British anti-aircraft batteries were unable to find their targets owing to the thick smoke. On circling the harbor, we noticed that the big dockyards, arsenals, and oil tanks had been destroyed. Germany did not explain the nature of the many civilians killed." Rome, Italy, meeting under the presidency of Premier Benito Mussolini, the Italian Council of Ministers decreed broad increases in the powers of the head of the fascist party and the chief of the General Staff of the Armed Forces today. General Ugo Cavallero, at present, is chief of the General Staff, while Adelchi Serena is secretary of the fascist party. Henceforth, the head of the party, in addition to direct controlling of the party's political organization and educational activities must be consulted personally on all legislation which politically concerns development and defense of the fascist revolution. The Chief of the General Staff was given full and direct control over the staff chiefs of the Army, Navy, Air Force, and Militia, and the post of Vice Chief of the General Staff was abolished. Fascist youth organizations were given complete control over the training and education of war orphans. London, quoting a dispatch from Berlin, the Exchange Telegraph News Agency reported from Zurich today that foreign correspondents in the German capital have been warned to be ready for an important statement on international developments on Monday. The dispatch said it was believed Chancellor Hitler will make a speech regarding German relations with Russia and outline a plan regarding a United States of Europe as a countermeasure against the Anglo-Saxon bloc. The Free French News Service, Agency Francois, reported from Istanbul today that general mobilization by individual notification is proceeding in Romania. The agency said it was assumed the mobilization was ordered by Germany with the intention of bringing pressure upon Soviet Russia. Sir Stafford Cripps, the British ambassador to Russia, left Moscow yesterday en route to London, where he is expected to report on Russia's attitude toward German moves in the Near East. Marshal Henri-Philippe Pétain's government in Vichy was depicted in advices reaching London as sharply split over the extent of help France should give Germany in this rapidly brewing battle in Africa and the one in the Near East too. As Britain deployed her naval, land, and air forces for swift action to balk Germany in Syria and to defend the Suez Canal, a Reuters dispatch from the French frontier said it was believed a rift had developed in the governmental consultations at Vichy. General Maxime Weygand, commander of the French North African forces, was said to have delayed his return to his colonial post because he differed with Vice Premier Admiral Jean Darlan over fulfillment of plans for military collaboration with Germany. Admiral Darlan, according to this report, expressed his readiness to risk civil war in France for the sake of carrying out the cooperative scheme he has negotiated with the German authorities in Nazi-occupied Paris. The 84-year-old Pétain, chief of the French state, however, has not yet given his approval to Darlan's attitude as against the more moderate stand of General Weygand. It was believed possible that Secretary of State Cordell Hull's warning of yesterday may, in account, be partially responsible for Pétain's hesitancy. Vichy, France, a dispatch from Tarifa today said that a French convoy of 3 merchant ships, escorted by 2 destroyers, passed through the Straits of Gibraltar in the direction of the Atlantic Ocean. An exchange telegraph dispatch from Istanbul today said that a diplomat arrived from Belgrade reporting a German reign of terror is progressing in Yugoslavian territory, and the dispatch quoted the diplomat as saying the bodies of people shot by patrols are found in Belgrade streets every morning. In the Netherlands East Indies, this is a belated report from Batavia, was understood to have rejected in effect Japanese proposals for substantial increases in exports to Japan, but to have offered continued normal trade. A note handed to Kenkichi Yoshizawa, chief of the Japanese Trade Mission, reportedly reiterated the Dutch resolve to maintain an independent policy of economic development of the East Indies and to prevent leakages of East Indian products to Germany and Italy. The requirements of the United States and Britain, the note was understood to have said, must take precedence over the war situation in the allocation of exports from the Dutch East Indies. Although he had warned yesterday, day before rather, that he would return to Tokyo if the Dutch reply to Japan's final proposals proved unsatisfactory, Yoshizawa yesterday said he would remain in Batavia for the time being in order to obtain clarification of certain points set forth in the 10-page memorandum handed him yesterday.
Washington, D.C. High defense officials have told Congress that the United States will keep its supply line from the Dutch East Indies open at any cost. The information has been given members of a House Military Affairs Subcommittee, which is investigating the shortage of critical materials in this country. The same witnesses told members in secret hearings that due to the growing shortage of rubber, may soon ration the use of automobile tires among American motorists. It is primarily because of the need for rubber, members of the group said, that this country is determined to let nothing interfere with shipments from the East Indies. Identity of the officials who made these statements was not disclosed, but the committee, in 2 weeks of almost daily closed-door sessions, has heard from higher-ups, both of the defense setup and of the Army. John G. Wynant, the American ambassador to Britain, has informed congressional leaders that England, the chances of winning the war are still favorable, and that he sees no immediate necessity for United States intervention. If this country intensifies its present aid program, this today was learned. Wynant, who conferred with congressional leaders and Vice President Wallace for 3 hours in the latter's office, was reported to have denied that he brought any Nazi or British peace proposals when he returned from London to report to President Roosevelt. And the congressional leaders emerging from the conference agreed wholeheartedly with the spokesman of the group who said, "It was not as gloomy a picture as I thought it would be." Wynant was reported to have based his assertion that Great Britain can defeat Germany without United States participation in the war on the following conclusions of the British. 1, that the President's neutrality patrol is becoming effective and is narrowing the danger areas to shipping in the Atlantic. 2, that the sinkings of merchant ships carrying American war materials to Britain, although still high, have leveled off in the last few weeks. And 3, that the British believe they have air superiority over the Channel and invasion points. 4, that if they can hold the Suez Canal and the Mediterranean, and that they have large, well-equipped forces in America and Egypt capable, in Africa that should be, I imagine, forces in Africa and Egypt capable of defeating Nazi invasion units, then they will win. French Ambassador Gaston Henri A. today coupled a formal denial that any airborne German troops have ever landed in Syria with a declaration that France, I quote now, will never by air, land, or sea take the initiative against the British, unquote. At the same time, however, the French envoy warned that France will defend itself and any of its territories or possessions against attack from any quarter. Henri A. called a press conference to issue a formal statement answering Secretary of State Cordell Hull's warning to France yesterday against military collaboration with Germany. He said he hoped to convey the formal answer of his government to Hull on Monday. Wendell Willkie was on record today with an unreserved plea for United States convoying of armaments, food, and equipment to Britain. England cannot survive, the former Republican presidential candidate said, unless losses of shipments to England are stopped or greatly reduced and at once. And there is only one way that job can be done. America must ensure the safe delivery of at least her own production to England. We turn now to the stock markets and the current quotations as of today. And these are, as usual, brought to you through the courtesy of Merrill Lynch, E.A. Pierce, and Cassatt of San Francisco, but members of the New York Stock Exchange and other leading stock and commodity exchanges. Alice Chalmers is 27 3/4. American Can, 79. American Car and Foundry, 27 3/4. American Rolling Mills, 13 3/4. American Smelting, 39 1/2. Anaconda Copper, 26 1/4. Baldwin Locomotive Certificates, 13 1/2. Boeing Aircraft, 15 1/8. Borg Warner, 16 5/8.
Certainteed, 2 7/8. Chrysler, 55 1/4. Curtis Wright, 8 1/4. DuPont, 150. Freeport Sulphur, 33 3/4. General Electric, 30. General Motors, 37 3/8. International Nickel, 25 1/2. Kennecott Copper, 36. National Biscuit, 16. New York Central, 11 7/8. Public Service of New Jersey, 22 1/2. Radio Corporation, 3 5/8. Republic Steel, 18 3/4. Sears Roebuck, 69 1/2. Saucony Vacuum Oil, 9 1/8. Standard Oil of California, 20 1/4. Standard Oil of New Jersey, 37 1/2. United States Steel, 54 3/8. Woolworth, 27 3/4. Dow Jones averages industrials at 118.09, up 9 cents, and rails are unchanged at 27.62. Commodity quotations, wheat up 1 3/8. July, 100 3/8. Corn, 5/8 higher. July, 74 1/8. Cotton, 8 higher. July, 13.31. During the summer, June, July, and August, the rubber, the sugar markets are both closed, so there are no reports this time. Sterling at New York, 403 1/4. Domestic copper, 12. Lead, 585. London silver, 23 7/16 pence. Zinc, 764. And tin, 52.50. News from countries at war is censored at its source and likely contains propaganda. This news has come to you from the complete report of the International News Service wires. Your announcer is Norman Page. Your station, KGEI, General Electric Station, Treasure Island. By transcription now, Robert Hood Bowers and his band.
Time for wine, women, and song this morning, and to try and cut one of them out. And I thought it sounded very well with the song left out, Walter. He just left his favorite. All right, down in Birmingham, Alabama today, they are starting their big national air carnival, and I bet you Stedemaker and the whole town are really up and ready to go and up and at 'em. This is the first year in 3 years I've missed this gala affair, and I know it's going to be swell down there, and they'll have a wonderful time. And by the way, here's something Bob Brown will be interested in. Bob Brown.
Smith, will it help you?
No, I like the way it is, Bob. That's because you always do the announcements up Brown. But anyway, what is happening down there is at the President's breakfast this morning at the Tutwiler Hotel, they have specified Swiss Premium to be served, Bob. And that makes a difference, doesn't it?
You said it. I don't have to tell you what a difference there can be in steaks, and I won't have difference there can be in Frankfurts after you've tried Phipps Premium Tender Frankfurts in the new, larger dinner size. Now, the reason is in that name, Swiss Premium. It means that these Frankfurts are made of exceptionally high-quality meats, those tender, juicy cuts of beef and pork and veal that have been skillfully blended to lengths and then smoked over fragrant hardwood fires until they're done just to that right turn, you know? And by an exclusive swift process, the skins are tendered in fresh pineapple juice and made so amazingly tender that they cut at the touch of your fork. They couldn't be more tender, and yet they still retain all of those rich, savory meat juices. You just simmer Swift's Premium Tender Frankfurt, say for 5 or 6 minutes, and they're ready to serve. Or you can bake them, or you can boil them. But that's what makes it so much fun to make up meals or recipes with them. They can be used in so many ways.
All right, Jack, yum, yum, thanks.
The pale moon was rising above the green mountain. The sun was declining beneath the blue sea. When I strayed with my love through the pure crystal fountain that stands in the beautiful vale of the leaf. She was lovely and fair as the rose of the summer, yet was not her beauty alone that won me. Oh, no, was the truth in her eyes ever dawning that made me love Mary?
Rose of Trolley with Jack Baker and Nice, just two. Oh, I don't know. I'm watching the clock again. I don't know what I always do that for. After all, we have plenty of time. You know, I remind myself of a horse a farmer I knew used to have. This huh? Oh, thank you. Pardon me. This horse would start up.
Oh, man, what an opportunity. And
I tell you what happened, Evelyn. This horse would start up, and he'd go slowly, and he'd stop. Yeah. He'd start up, and he'd go slowly, and he'd stop. The farmer would have an awful time getting him started again, see? Well, I asked him one time if the horse was sick, and he said no. And I said, well, is the horse balky? And he said, no. He said, I tell you what, that animal is just so darned afraid that I'll say whoa, and he won't hear me. He stops every once in a while to listen to me. So that's my trouble with myself here. Outside of that, everything's all right. We still got plenty of time.
Have you?
Huh? Yeah.
I just wonder if you'd like to hear the origin of that song I just sang.
The Rose of Trolley.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, it seems Walter was walking down the loop the other night.
Yeah.
And he didn't know how he was going to get home, see?
Yeah.
So the elevators all stopped running, and he couldn't get a cab.
Yeah.
So the cop walked over and said, just look at the Rose of Trolley.
The Rose of Trolley.
Trolley.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Walter's walking this way now, and you better run. As Walter and the boys play a number called I'm Sick of Working 24 Hours a Day, said the clock. So it's rock!
Now, friends, what we want are suggestions for using Swift's Premium Tender Frankfurts. So we're going to give a free membership in the order of original chefs to every single person who sends us a suggestion before next Thursday, June 12th. There's your chance, Breakfast Lovers. Every single one of you will get a free membership if you'll send in a suggestion before Thursday, June 12th. Now, that's next Thursday. Now, don't let us down. Your recipe could be like the one we received, where the writer simply said that his favorite way of having Swift's Premium Tender Frankfurts could be told in 2 words. You just simmer them. So send your recipe to Don McNeil, NBC Breakfast Club, Chicago, and you'll be eligible for a free engraved membership certificate signed by Don McNeil, showing that you are a member of the Order of Original Chefs. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
You are tuned to KGEI, General Electric Station, Treasure Island on San Francisco Bay.
Morning breakfast clubbers, it's time to sing ya. Another cheery greeting, so may we bring ya. For calling breakfast, we call forward to breakfast. Every breakfast clubber, young and old, could come and join our happy, carefree fold. So wake up, breakfast clubbers, and smile a while. A day begun happy makes life worthwhile.
Right you are. Here we are. Breakfast Club call number 4. Going through that door again.
That same fella, I saw him that time, man.
The same fella, huh?
Yeah, funny-looking guy.
I'm going to get to him before the show's over and find out what this is. Oh, friends, in case you haven't noticed it, June is with us again. Ah, June. Reminds us of moon, spoon, prune, goon. Goon. That reminds us of the Romeos. And, what's this I smell? Oh, of course, it's a hammy-drammy. That's right. Absolutely correct. 10 silver bucks to that lady. So if you're ready, here comes this week's episode of that mighty melodrama of the mountains. Now, to start our play, let's go away on our sleigh to that same chalet way back in the same day. Hey, hey, 23 Kgei. Today we meet the Sut family. The father, a tailor by trade, 2 pants Sut. His oldest son, you'll remember him as the one who Fibber McGee is going to clean up, Paul Claus Sut. And the youngest son, a very mysterious fellow. In fact, nobody knows him. His name is Hutsut. Now, when young Hutsut was in school, he could never remember geography. One day, his teacher asked him to give the location of the state of Georgia. Away up north, said Sut, on the Canadian border. Wrong, said the teacher. Well, then where is Georgia? Asked Sut. His teacher replied, away down, Sut, in the land of cotton. Curtain, music.
Supper ready yet?
Yeah, we'll be right shortly, Paul. Would you set the table?
Where you want me to set it?
Look, if you want your supper, you better go get me some greens.
Mustard, winter, or Paris? Oh, sure, I'm sharp today.
Sharp. Sharp, all right. Paul, you're cornier than a husking bee. Oh, howdy there. Howdy,
hello,
fellas.
son.
Say, have you all seen the paper?
Nope, what's in it? Your lunch?
It's been going on all day.
I mean the Corn County Clarion and Bugle Gazette. I understand there's a piece in there that says Don McNeil's going to be a movie star.
Huh?
What do you know about that?
Yes, sir.
What'd it say? Yeah, right here it is. It says, come to see Don McNeil, the smooth, slick, snooping sleuth of Sheboygan.
Yeah.
What is this? The boxcar murder mystery or caught with loaded dice.
It could be a nice feature.
Yeah, let me see that.
Start right here in the coming afflictions column.
You mean coming attractions?
Attractions, afflictions, what's the difference? It's McNeil, ain't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Hey, looky right here.
Where, Paul?
Right here, what the critic says.
Where?
The critic says it's a four-smell picture.
Yeah, that's four-bell picture.
Did you see the picture?
No.
The critic did.
Yes.
And he says it's a
Yes, we know. So, McNeil's made a picture. Well, that's all right.
Yes, sir, certainly is. That's my
That's nothing so unusual.
Huh?
Jack Baker made a picture once.
Oh, Jackson Baker?
Sure, it was kind of a sequel to A. Lincoln in Illinois.
It was, huh?
They called it A. Gink in Illinois.
Oh, yeah. Say, how did Jackson ever get into the moving pictures in the first place?
Oh, Jackson?
Yeah.
He had an important part in Uncle Tom's cabin.
That's
What part
all.
did he play?
He was a bloodhound.
A bloodhound?
Yes, sir.
Stuffer and swordfish, how did he come to get a part like that now?
Well, story goes, a talent scout come by Baker's house one night and heard him out there baying at the moon.
Oh, yeah.
Like he does, yeah. As soon as he finished the bloodhound part, he married old Bill. Yes, sir.
Been leading the dog's life ever since.
Yes, sir.
Baker's going to make another picture soon, though.
Is that so?
What kind this time?
Kind of a jungle picture. They're going to call it Jack Baker Goes on a Diet or This Tum Tum Is Driving Me Wild.
Well,
Here goes. Where it is, Fred? Get your little stations ready. Trot them out upon the floor. Line up now, you custom steady. Lively now, a couple more. Salute your ladies all together. Ladies opposite the same and hit the lumber with your leather. Balance ball and swing your dame. Bunch the heifers in the middle. Circumspect and do-si-do. Pay attention to the fiddle. Bring her on. Let her go. First four forward, back to place. The second faller, shuffle back, and now you got them down to cases. Swing them till their trotters crack. Gents, all right, a heel and toe and swing 'em, kiss 'em if you can. On to the next and keep on going till you hit your parts again. Promenade like scary cattle, balance ball and swing your feet, shake your spurs to make 'em rattle. Ketos! That's got it.
Oh, thank you very much, Jack Rose. More people leaving.
Almost got him then, Mac.
The same fella, huh?
I'm going to get him pretty soon.
Will o' the Wisp, huh?
I don't know what his name is.
I don't either.
You can find out, though.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. When you catch him, bring him over, will you?
I'll set a trap for him. The only thing is, what'll I use for bait?
Baker. Small Ryan's run in the same direction.
Case of ties, duplicate prizes are awarded.
That's right. Send all prizes to number 10, Lullaby Lane.
And found ourselves on the doorstep of number 10 Lullaby Lane. And wasn't it a lucky thing? The man was out to explain that we were just the right people for number 10 Lullaby Lane. He told us we could move right in if we would sign the lease. But when we said we weren't where, he said that he was also the justice of the peace. So if you're in the neighborhood and you get caught in the rain, you find us waiting to greet you at number 10 Lullaby Lane. No need for nothing at number 10 Lullaby Lane. You're gonna see me rocking at number 10 Lullaby Lane.
will be number 11. Yes, sir. Number 10, Lullaby Lane. Nice going, fellas. Since we have so many husbands and wives in our audience this morning, before I go around and talk to the husbands and wives and find out what they think of each other, Ruth Millett in the New York World Telegram once wrote her idea of what husbands are and what wives are. See if you agree with it. Wives are strange people. A wife is a woman who wanted to marry a man that other women wanted and then doesn't like it when they continue to want him after he becomes a husband. A wife is a woman who tells the world how much her husband knows and tells him how little he knows. A wife is a woman who wants half the credit for her husband's business success and then wants full credit for making a successful home. A wife is a woman who knows when her husband needs a haircut but never notices when he gets one. A wife is a woman with whom a man does not hesitate to talk about sordid money matters. A wife is a woman who once thought a certain man was perfect. A wife is a woman who had more than one chance to marry. A wife is a woman who loves a man more when he comes home tired and discouraged than when he comes home with news of a raise. A wife is a woman who was once able to make a man think she understood him. In fact, a wife is a woman. Now, husbands. Husbands, too, are strange people. A husband is a man who thinks his wife is lucky and doesn't know it. A husband is a man who's convinced he can read the paper while his wife talks to him and still not miss anything important. A husband is a man who reminds his wife of the no goods he saved her from marrying. A husband is a man who says, your son, when Junior wrecks the family car, and my son when he's elected captain of the football team. A husband is a man whose wife can drive all right when he's not in the car. A husband is a man who will wear any necktie his wife picks out. A husband is a man who says brightly, honey, why don't you get Mrs. Jones to give you her recipe for biscuits? And would be insulted if his wife said, honey, why don't you get Mrs. Jones to tell you how to handle your clients? A husband is a man who never grows too old to notice other women. But why go on? A husband is a man. I wonder, huh? I'm going around after a while to talk to some of the husbands and wives and see if they agree with all those statements. In the meantime, may I present a neglected husband and his orchestra. We're going to catch that guy before the program's over. All right, go over and stay at the door and wait for him. Well, now we're approaching very closely last call to breakfast around the breakfast table of the air. There's one little thing I would like to do here. They're probably going to kill me for it after the program is over, but I'm so proud and happy to have them down here with me this morning. I kind of would like my dad and mother who are down here this morning to stand up and take a little bow if they will. Come on, stand up, Dad and Mother. Stand up. Yeah, boy. Happy as well, huh? Mighty happy to have them here with me. All right, last call to breakfast. Bye while they're in the bar. Wait a minute. You got him? All right, bring him over here. Bring him over here. Come on. I know we get him so early. Bring him over here.
There he is, man.
There, you're the guy, huh?
I've been looking every place for Don McNeil. They sent me all over the building, and I still can't find him.
Looking for Don McNeil. What's the matter with you? I'm Don McNeil. Oh, get out of here.
breakfast lovers, this ends our meeting. But once again on Monday, you'll hear our greeting.
Hope you will, breakfast lovers. This is your Toastmaster, Don McNeil. Must look in the mirror. Saying so long and be good to yourself.
America is up. The breakfast club now leads the earth.
The preceding program was transcribed. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
You are tuned to KGEI, General Electric Station on Treasure Island, San Francisco Bay in the United States of America. We return you now to the National Broadcasting Company.
And now the National Broadcasting Company takes pleasure in bringing you Reflections in Rhythm.
I'm Shirley. We're together, we're the Kinders.
Yes, sir, the Kinders, 3. Elaine over yonder, Beth over yonder, and Shirley over yonder. The things I love.
The glow of sunset in a summer sky, the golden flicker of a firefly, the gleam of love light in your lovely eyes. These are the things I love. Till the moonbeam creeping through the trees, how better tulips nodding in the breeze. The look you give in answer to my plea. These are the things I love. Once I thought that life was just a winter thing. My heart was cold, and then you came to me, and like a breath of spring, you turned the silver cloud to gold. A robin serenade when day is through. The babbling brook beside our rendezvous. Your sweet voice whispering, darling, I love you. These are the things I love. Robin serenade when day is through. The babbling brook beside our rendezvous. Your sweet voice whispering, darling, I love you. These are the things I love.
Say, it's funny, but when you start talking about love, most of the young fellas get that staggered bay look in their eyes and start keeping an appointment they forgot about yesterday, you know. But with the gals now, it's different. They're usually so far ahead of the conversation that they take the place of the guy with whom the appointment was made. Just to prove it, here's Faye Parker singing a little bitty ditty called I Like It.
So at last it's really happened. Flowers and birdies and old hurdy-gurdies, they all fell love to me. If this is how it feels to be head over heels, well, I like it. If this is how it feels to be missing your meals, then I like it. Until I met you, making love in the dark seemed silly. But now just the thought of a bench in a park, and I guess really so. This is how it looks after reading all those books all about it. And this is how it seems when 500,000 dreams come true. It's the grandest feeling, I hit the ceiling to see the moon above. If this means I'm falling in love, I like it. Until I met you, making love in the dark seemed silly. But now just the thought of a bench in the park, oh, I guess really. So this is how it looks after reading all those books all about it. And this is how it seems when 500,000 dreams come true. It's the grandest feeling, I hit the ceiling to see the moon above. If this means I'm falling in love, it could mean I'm falling in love. Well, what do I think about love? I like it.
So now, having heard from our little group of vocally assorted artists, we turn back again to the lads in the orchestra under the direction of Bernie Armstrong. At the moment, or any moment for that matter, they have but one thought among them. They have Georgia on their collector's mind, and fellas, I just want you to know I think it's peaches.
In the interest of the rural communities listening in today, those Swedish songbirds Parker and Leach give up their smorgasbord for a moment and make for the clever chestnut real bell-darn-time dinger by again. Or in the words of the modern five-track landed gentry, a very superior piece of musical literature titled Let's Draw Straws. Let's draw straws, and if you draw the short one, I get a kiss from you.
Well, I said, let's draw straws, and if you draw the long one, I get to kiss you too.
Oh boy, it's a fascinating game when you're winning.
Well, there's not much chance that you won't.
Or if you draw the short or the long straw,
It's bound to get you just what you long for.
so let's draw straws, if only just because we ain't breaking any law. Oh, we've been ribbon, we've been a can. What a shortcut this will be. Start skylarking
And to do a little sparking,
so come on, draw a straw with me. Now, girls, or get your umbrellas.
gosh, oh, hemlock, we're something loose tonight.
Yes, sir, a brand new game just came in from Pumpkin Center.
And the darn things are gonna be all right.
Be all machine.
And you say to him or her, as the case may be.
Oh, let's draw straws, and if I draw the short one, I get a kiss from you.
Oh, good. Let's draw straws, and if you draw the long one, I get to kiss you too.
You can't lose, it's a fascinating game when you're winning.
Oh, well, there's not so much to chance that you won't.
Or if you draw the short or the long straw,
It's bound to get you just what you long for.
hey, let's draw straws, if only just because we ain't breaking any law.
Oh, Rachel,
Rachel, we've been together. What a shortcut this will be. You start skylarking.
I'd rather do a little sparking, so come on, draw a straw with me.
Oh, Bernie, Bernie, we've been together. What a shortcut this will be. Start skylarking.
I want to do a little sparking, so come on, draw a straw with me.
Nine down and one quickie to go. And as is our custom, it takes the form of a rumba led by old swing and sway the Latin way with Mr. Ray. The tiger's green eyes are straight from the book, Ojos Verdes. Well, there they are, our reflections in rhythm, ballads of romance, tempos of the dance. Colorful reflections of the gaiety of life in Your America, presented by the Kgei Orchestra under the direction of Bernie Armstrong, featuring the voices of Fay Parker, Billy Leach, and the Kinder Three. Reflections in Rhythm has been announced by Bob Shield and has reached you from Pittsburgh's KDKA. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
You are tuned to KGEI, General Electric Station, Treasure Island, San Francisco Bay in the United States of America. Pacific Standard Time is 8:30 a.m.
The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with the Union of American Hebrew Congregations, presents The Call to Youth, a program dedicated to the contribution of religion to the democratic ideal. During its more than 65 years of service to reform Judaism in America, this national organization has striven to stimulate among its member congregations the application of the religious ideals to practical life. Through its Department of Youth Activities, the Union of American Hebrew Congregations is attempting to answer the needs of young people. Called upon to make sacrifices for the defense of democracy, youth looks to religion for guidance and inspiration, for stability and security. These broadcasts, which come to you every Saturday morning at this hour during the months of May, June, July, and August, are part of the Union's program of service to the young people of America. The speaker today is Rabbi Solomon N. Bazell of Temple Beth Shalom, Louisville, Kentucky. Rabbi Bazell, graduate of Temple House in 1923, he is very much interested in the problems of youth. He has chosen for his subject Jewish pioneers in the development of America. We take pleasure in presenting Rabbi Solomon M. Bazell, who will speak in Cincinnati.
In these times when our attention is focused on the news of the moment and on the latest headlines, many of us schedule our daily routine to permit listening to regular broadcasts of the latest dispatches from the battlefront and the diplomatic front. Our regular listeners to quarter-hour discussions by commentators, eager to learn the interpretation of the news as presented by men and women who obtain details not available to the average reader, by men and women who have the necessary time and capacity to evaluate the news. In these times when all of us are anxious for some glimpse of what may be expected on the morrow, or in us are anxious for a month from today, or if possible in 6 months hence, as we wonder what role America will play in the shaping of tomorrow, one is led to question whether any of us directs his attention to past history. Youth perspective, understanding, balance, stability, and courage. Youth is particularly concerned with its part in the molding of the future and the part that the future will play in molding the life of youth. It is generally agreed, I believe, that the future will demand pioneering that will call forth qualities which those youth resident in youth are not called forth in every generation. A new period will be formed. In world history will be fashioned. A new era in American history will be formed. Youth will be called upon to open vistas not visioned as yet. And the Jew will be cast in a drama that may seem strange and different and new to some of us, but which will be quite familiar to Jew and non-Jew alike, who are more than acquainted with the development of America and the place of the Jew in its development. The average textbook on American history fails to mention historic facts that are significant for an appreciation of the romance of the development of America, for a realization that America, composed of various nationalities, is an America of immigrants, founded, developed, nurtured, and sustained by immigrants and their offspring. Nationalities were among the first immigrants, but among the first immigrants was to be found the Jew. Phrase, American pioneer, is generally interpreted to refer to the earliest immigrants, to those who settled the land, who established the colonies, who fought the Revolution, and established the Union. The term pioneer actually refers to those self-made persons of every and any generation to open new roads for others to travel in whatever field they serve, whatever the interpretation. The Jew must be included among the pioneers in the development of America. The author of the average history book, by his omission, may unwittingly lead to the impression which in these days seeks and has gained support, namely, to the impression these days that the Jew has no initiative, no pioneering spirit, that he waits until others have prepared the way, and that not until then will he migrate to new lands or new territories. The complete history of the development of America will tell that after the discovery of America, the Jew was to be found a participant. Time does not permit the recital of the details of the Columbus expedition. Let me quote Professor Herbert B. Adams, noted American historian, who made the statement, not jewels, but Jews were the real financial basis of the first expedition of Columbus. New Amsterdam, later New York, was the first scene of Jewish settlement in North America in the year 1654. While from South American countries where many had settled, Jews found difficulty in obtaining welcome in New Amsterdam. After leaving, John's pioneer of civil and religious liberty constantly fought the restrictions of Governor Stuyvesant, and his appeals were usually supported. Though the Jews found bars against entry and discrimination after admission into the colony, he contributed to the development of the colonies that gave him measured welcome. Jews came in small numbers. There were a few wealthy merchants like Aaron Lopez and the Frank family, who had connections in England, but were the poor in means and rich in ambition, as were the other colonists, eager to venture forth to seek that Britain homeland, whether you to establish a new homeland. The role of the Jewish patriot in the Revolutionary War has been discussed in an earlier talk in this series. Yet we may mention that the Jews of the earliest period of American history numbered scarcely 2,500. They were admitted before the Revolution in only 10 colonies. Their welcome was limited, and they suffered political disability. Yet they contributed by their knowledge of commerce, by their trade connections in England, by their readiness to blaze new trails, to settle in far-off positions, the earliest stages in the development of America. Though the efforts of the Jewish pioneer may not have been heralded, his spiritual heritage has left its imprint in the very first years of American life. It was the historian Leckie who said, "Great orders cemented the foundations of American democracy." Jewish immigration to these shores came in what may be called four ways. First emanated from Spain, Portugal, Holland, some few from England and Poland. The second wave came primarily from Germany. Anti-Semitism drove the Jew out of Germany. The tragedy of Spain of the 15th century was being repeated in Germany in the 19th century. The revolutionary movement of the middle of the 19th century forced liberals, Jews and non-Jews alike, to seek the haven of free shores. These immigrants were among the second group of American pioneers. With the American pioneer, they ventured forth to new frontiers, to the thinly settled districts in the south, to the Middle West, across the desert, across the mountains, on to the western coast. The year of the gold rush, 1849, found a group of Jews in San Francisco. They formed important and significant factors in the settlement of towns, in the development of commerce. Judah Turo, son of a Spanish rabbi of Newport, Rhode Island, pioneered in Louisiana when it was still French territory. He served as toast under Andrew Jackson. A successful merchant, he used his wealth for philanthropic and patriotic purposes. He was largely responsible for the Bunker Hill Monument. He saved a congregational church from being auctioned. He preserved historic landmarks, endowed libraries and hospitals. His bequest for religious limits. He set a standard for generosity of heart and liberal-minded. Among the noted personalities of this period, we may cite only two others. Mordecai, Manuel, Nora, scion of an old Portuguese family, cite only two others as author, journalist, playwright, and council cartoonist. And Uriah P. Levy, born 1792 in Philadelphia, hero of the War of 1812 and the War between the states, who spent his life as a seaman and attained the rank of Commodore, the highest rank in the United States Navy. The Russian pogroms of 1880 and the May laws of 1881, which drove thousands of Jews whose families had been living in villages for generations into already crowded cities, forced Russian Jewry by the thousands to flee for the right to live. Entire families migrated. Entire communities were transformed for the right to live. Scholar and teacher, dreamer and poet, artist and artisan fled. They came not merely for economic opportunity. They came for religious, spiritual, and intellectual freedom. They came from Russia, from Poland, from Lithuania, and Romania. They came by tens of thousands past the Statue of Liberty. They came to form a new group of pioneers. Towns had been established, commerce had taken on form, but industry was yet in the process of development. These new immigrants joined the army of industrial laborers, the tailors, the garment workers, the carpenters, the tinners, and a score of other trades. Many became employers, built factories, and expanded trade. Others revolutionized the industries by their skill, initiative, and understanding. They were the pioneers in the transformation of the clothing industry. Modern economists have declared that the vast increase in the investment and output of the clothing industry has been due more to the intelligence of the Russian Jew than to any other factor. This third wave played an important role in the pioneering of the rights of labor movement. The Amalgamated Clothing Workers of America, the organization nursed and nurtured by Sidney Hillman, now a member of the Office of Production Management, and the organization nursed and nurtured in both dominantly Jewish in membership, wiped out the sweatshops and vastly improved labor conditions. Contributors to the development of industry, they were pioneers in the movement for economic democracy, the most recent stage of American development. A word about the fourth wave of the most, we refer to the thousands driven by the tragedy of Europe, which began in 1933. From Central Europe again have come laborer and industrialist, poor and rich, liberal and conservative, scholar and student, poet and artist, writer and scientist, who were pioneers and conservative, held from native land and found refuge in America. Not all, but a goodly portion are Jews. They are contributing and will continue to contribute of their energy, skill, talent, ability, and enthusiasm to the enrichment of American progress. Thus, in quick succession and in brief survey, we have attempted to review the role of the Jew as pioneer in the development of talent, ability, and enthusiasm. We found the Jew on the American scene when the drama of American life first unfolded. We found him a character in the prologue, playing a moving, active, decisive role. When the sequence of this vast, found him a character in the prologue, moving southward and westward, opening new territory, blazing new trails, forging links in the chain of American progress, founding villages, molding cities, participating in for yet unknown. We found him moving southward and westward, villages, molding cities, participating in the various struggles of the American people, establishing means of occupation, avenues of trade for the soil and other machines. Time does not permit the recital of the role of the Jew as pioneer in American drama and cinema. These latter are recent in art, science, and crime. And the American of tomorrow will present new frontiers, industrial, scientific, political, and social. To break through these frontiers will demand the stamina, courage, scientific, tomorrow. The American Jewish youth may well draw inspiration from those who preceded them under even more trying and challenging circumstances. Inspiration for the old Jewish youth in the ranks of the pioneers of tomorrow. May they be who have faith in the morrow and to greater strength.
You have just heard another program in the Call to Youth series presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the Union of American Hebrew Congregations. The speaker today was Rabbi Solomon M. Bazell of Louisville, Kentucky, who spoke on the Jewish pioneers in the development of America. Copies of the address delivered today may be obtained by writing to the Union of American Hebrew Congregations, Merchants Building, Cincinnati, or through the station to which you are listening. Next week, the speaker will be Rabbi Leon Fram of Detroit, Michigan, who will speak Manitarian. This program has been presented as a public service by NBC and the independent radio stations associated with the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
You are tuned to Kgei, General Electric Station, Treasure Island, San Francisco Bay, in the United States of America.
The Matinee in Rhythm. Hi, boys and girls. It's a swell Saturday for the Matinee in Rhythm with Vera Holly, Connie Schwartz, the Three Brays, and the Matinee Orchestra under the direction of Bob Armstrong. Another pleasant June matinee in rhythm. Armstrong and the boys deal off an ode to a pair of high-waisted, full-drape trousers. High pocket. Speaking of high pockets, here's 6 feet 4 of matinee soloist Tiny Schwartz. Tiny answers the summons with a romantic set of words and music called The Way You Look at Me.
The way you look at me, my love, it thrills me through and through. Just imagine what the kiss could do. The way you smile at me, my love. invitation to romance. Now I know why I feel this way at sight of you. Now I know why I do the foolish things I do. It's not that the stars or moon, my love, that makes my heart feel free. Darling, it's the way you look at me.
Song story by Vera Holly in the Free Trade. Jackson, will you put down that magazine? Jim, little Abner can wait for a couple of minutes. In fact, you never learned to read. Now, where did Holly go? The bus doesn't leave for 40 minutes. Now, hold them there, fellas, for the 2 minutes it takes them to sing the Lilac Tree.
Boy and a little girl, they give me just one kiss. The girl who back in great surprise, you're a stranger, said she. And I will give you just one kiss when the apples go on the lilac tree. So, apple monkey go. So, apple monkey go. On the lilac tree. The voice of Fred and White, she was the only one. She was remorseful at the terrible run. So bright and early, the next morning he was quite surprised to see his little sweetheart standing in the garden, hiding apples on the lilac tree. We were not surprised to see his little sweetheart standing in the garden, on the light tree.
Okay, let him go. Will Jackson find his magazine? Will Jim Freeling finish reading Little Abner? Will Dykeman learn to read? Did Vera catch the bus? Listen for the answers to these gripping problems in the further adventures of Bob Armstrong in the Matinee in Rhythm. Comes now another song by Tiny Schwartz. This listed as Anything.
anything to do with moonlight. Make me dream of nights with you. Anything and I will wind. Oh, my dear, I've and my mind and you and I will wind up, sharing fun and laughter, sweethearts ever after. Anything to do with stardust must be with you.
Presenting the adventures of Jungle Jim. The adventures of Jungle Jim, broadcast weekly over this station, are dramatized from the full-color action pictures to be found in the Comic Weekly, the world's greatest comic supplement that comes to you each week with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. Join the 11 million adults and the 6 million youngsters who enjoy the world's greatest comic and adventure pictures by the world's best artists, featured in every issue of the Comic Weekly, which comes to you with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. The accident to the landing gear of the Army plane carrying Jim, Colo, and Kitty St. John to Puerto Rico proved upon investigation to be deliberate sabotage. This news struck Jim like a thunderbolt. He had no more than accepted the assignment to investigate a hostile submarine base in the Caribbean when the secret enemy seemed to have knowledge of the fact and almost succeeded in ending Jim's life. Colonel Cripps and Jim map out their strategy, which calls for the investigation of an island owned by a wealthy recluse who is building there a kingdom of his own with native labor and a seemingly bottomless purse. Many steamships from far-off lands are increasing their calls each week at the mysterious island. We find Jim in the office of Colonel Cripps, Chief of Army Intelligence for the Caribbean area.
Sabotage? Colonel Cripps, are you certain?
There's no question about it, Bradley. A fiendishly clever mechanic sawed through one of the brackets holding the return mechanism in such a way that once the landing gear was brought up into the wing, the bracket would break. It'd never go down again, and another unexplained crash might have occurred.
Well, it certainly points to me, all right. There was no one else on board that ship they wanted.
Jim, you've got to be careful. This gang of plotters are evidently playing for big stakes and will stop at nothing. Murder is probably just a sideline with them.
Of course I'll be careful, Colonel. But don't you think our first problem is to find out who we're dealing with?
We'll find that out. They'll show their hand to you or ourselves soon enough. But with extra vigilance, you should be able to match them and probably beat them at their own game.
Well, that hasn't been so hard in the past, Colonel. These underhanded groups of spies and such usually work the same way. Same old bag of tricks.
Well, I think we've hit on a new one for them. You're leaving here tonight. They mustn't find out about it.
Tonight? Well, that's not possible. I've got to have a lot more time, Colonel.
I'd like to give it to you, Jim, but we've made arrangements with a Captain Kennedy to take you. He has a trading sloop, and once a month or so he stops at the island I told you about. He sells them practically all of their staple provisions. He sails tonight and won't return for a month.
Well, couldn't we get there some other way?
Not without arousing so much suspicion as to endanger your mission, Jim.
I see. Perhaps you're right, Colonel. When does he leave, and how much time have we to get ready?
We?
Why, surely. Colo, Miss St. John, and myself.
Jim, my understanding of this matter was that you were to work alone. In fact, here's the official order from Colonel Barrett and his special note to you. Why don't you read it?
Oh, thank you.
Down the bottom, Jim.
I see. I earnestly recommend that you go at it alone. Because therein lies your best chance for success. My heartiest good wishes, signed Colonel Barrett.
You see, Jim.
I suppose he travels fastest who travels alone. Oh, but Colonel, how can I keep in touch with you?
Well, Kennedy, this trading captain, is our only possible line of communication. And you can trust him implicitly. We do.
I've got it, Colonel. Why can't we ship Kolo as a member of Kennedy's crew? Then he could carry our messages back and forth.
Well, there's no reason why not. In fact, within rather broad limitations, you can work out any program you wish. We're behind you, ready with any cooperation you need or want.
I know that, Colonel. But I've got to get the evidence of any secret bases that might exist on that island before you can make a move.
Well, that's putting it rather simply, but completely.
Okay, Colonel. Let's do it your way. Now, when does this fellow expect to sail, and when can I meet him?
He sails at midnight, and he's been waiting on you all day, Jim.
Good. I'll pick up Kolo and arrange the meeting.
I think it's better for you to meet Captain Kennedy here on the reservation. Then you won't be seen near his ship till it's ready to sail.
Righto, Colonel.
Just a moment, Jim.
Yes, sir?
Corporal, I want you to escort Mr. Bradley to the office in warehouse number 6.
Yes, sir. Any further orders?
No, that is all.
Thank you, sir.
Well, Jim, so long for now. I'm sure you'll get on very well with Kennedy, and he'll be able to give you plenty of help in the way of information about the island.
All right, and goodbye, Colonel. I'll return in perhaps an hour.
Goodbye, Jim.
Better go by car, sir. That warehouse is down near the wharfs, about 1.5 miles, sir.
We can pick up my assistant, Kolo. He's probably at the first aid station yet, getting a rather nasty gash on his head treated.
Certainly, sir. Here we are. This is Warehouse 6, Mr. Bradley.
Tuan Jim, what place this be?
Just an office in a not-too-noisy warehouse where we can have peace and quiet. Kolo.
Yes, Tuan Jim.
We've got to split up on this job.
Huh? Why, Tuan? You not like Kolo anymore?
What I like or dislike has nothing to do with it, Kolo. We're going to do different jobs in this case, that's all.
What Kolo do, Tuan?
Well, you're to join the crew of Captain Kennedy, an inter-island trader who is going to drop me on the island, which is under suspicion. Through you and Kennedy, Colonel Cripps and myself can get word back and forth to each other.
Why not Kolo go on island, Tuan? Who take care of Jungle Jim if Kolo not be there?
I'm afraid I'll have to take care of myself, Kolo. Besides, you are just as important to the success of this mission as I am.
Kolo not like. But what you want, Tuan, Kolo do.
Here's the office, sir.
Jungle Jim Bradley. I'm Captain Kennedy.
How do you do, Captain? Mighty glad to know you. This is Kolo,
How do you
Captain
do?
Kennedy.
Happy to know Captain Kennedy.
Mr. Bradley, no doubt Colonel Cripps has told you that we sail at midnight, and that I'm ready to help you in whatever way I can.
Yes, Captain, thank you. I have only one request.
Yes?
Kolo here will ask for a berth as a naval seaman.
Well, that's easy. All he has to do is come aboard and sign articles anytime he wants.
Well, thanks again. Now, Captain, can you give me a sketchy outline of this fellow who owns the island?
No one knows very much about him, except that his name is Bull Thorson, and the fact that he must be as rich as Rockefeller. He must have spent millions. He's built a castle worthy of an emperor. He buys nothing but the best, and plenty of that.
About how old is he?
Hard to say exactly. He's a big, well-preserved fellow. I'd guess about 50. Could be 10 years off, either direction.
Mm-hmm. Nationality?
He holds American citizenship. But whether he was born in the United States or was naturalized, that's another guess.
Well, tell me, Captain.
What?
Hey, look out, Jim. Someone shoot.
What the tarnation is going on outside there?
I'll find out in Toronto.
Quiet there.
Who have you got there, Corporal?
I've got him, sir.
Let me get a look at him. Who is he? What's your name?
Jose Martinez. I don't do nothing. The gun just go off. I don't even touch. Santa Maria, he's scaring me, too.
What were you doing here?
No, I know him, sir. That's his right name. Yes, he works in the armor's shed, a sort of a porter and general handyman.
What were you running away for if you didn't fire that shot?
I don't do nothing, I tell you. She just go off. Bang, I think I die, so I run to find out.
That truck full of guns. What were you doing with them?
Every day I get guns to be fixed. Bring here. Never touch. I know life.
Yeah, he's right about the gun, sir. He collects the pieces needing test or adjustment and delivers them to the gun shop. It's in the next building.
I suppose it could be an accident. But why should a gun that should not be loaded be wheeled past the building where we were talking to Captain Kennedy?
Go off by accident, miss my head by an inch, and get Colo in the shoulder. Tell me why.
Well, I don't know as I would try to answer such a riddle. Just an accident, I suppose.
Corporal, I want this man taken into custody. And I think Colonel Cripps will want to question him plenty about this. Right, sir. Jose, come on. The big boss wants to see you.
Sure, I go. Madre de Dios. Those guns be very bad thing. Good thing I stay away from them all the time, huh?
Take him in, Corporal. I'll take Colo over to the first aid. And tell the Colonel I'll be there in half an hour.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Jose.
Yes, Doctor.
Well, Colo, how do you feel?
Not be bad, Tuan. Just little scratch.
Yes, I know, but we'll let the doctor have a look at it anyway. And then I want to see Colonel Cripps and find out what he knows about Jose.
Well, Jim, all set?
Yes, Colonel. I've made all arrangements with Captain Kennedy. He'll take Colo on as a member of the crew, and we sail at midnight.
Good work. I knew you'd get on well with him, Jim.
Say, what about this Jose, Colonel?
I don't quite know what to say about him yet, though I am inclined to believe his story about it being an accident.
It's possible, of course, Colonel. But in the light of the events of the past few days, I'm inclined to view everything with suspicion.
Well, this Jose he's a native. He was born on the island, and he's got a good job, which gives him not only a living, but a social position where he can lord it over his friends. No, Jim, he'd think twice before he'd put his position in danger.
Well, there's something about him I don't like, Colonel. It's only a hunch, of course. But I'd watch him for a while.
Oh, definitely, Jim. I'm suspicious, too, but he's got a clean alibi. I've assigned a 24-hour watch to him for a few days to see if anything develops to justify your hunch.
I'll feel more comfortable if he proves to be in the clear. If he's tied up with the gang we're chasing, it almost proves that they know about our plans before we make them.
Well, no matter what they know, Jim, the department feels that with you on the job, it's only a matter of time when they'll be behind bars or out of the picture somehow.
Oh, thanks for your confidence and good wishes, Colonel. I'll take off now. I have to break the bad news to Kitty. She expects to come along, you know.
Oh, Jim, she can have a much better time here. Plenty of young officers around. And a pretty girl will have more escorts than she knows what to do with.
Fine. Well, Colonel Cripps, thanks for everything, and you'll hear from me either through Colo or Captain Kennedy.
Goodbye, my boy. And my every good wish goes with you.
So you see, Kitty, what with department regulations, the need for secrecy and caution, I have no choice in the matter but to leave you here for a while anyway.
Jim, I don't like it one bit. Those intelligent department men, if they were so smart, they wouldn't have to call you in. They'd do their own dirty work.
Now, Kitty, you're not being your usual sweet self.
Who would? You brought me down here. You led me to like this sort of adventurous life. Now you want me to sit here all alone and probably knit while you're off in another case. I don't want to do it.
Now, look, Kitty, is a request enough, or do I have to give you orders?
Well, if you put it that way, I have no choice.
Good girl. I knew you'd be sensible.
Well, goodbye, Jim. You sail at midnight?
Yes, in an absolute secrecy. Goodbye, Kitty. Oh, don't look so glum. I'll be seeing you sooner than you expect.
All right, Jim.
Goodbye, Kitty.
So, you think you can treat me like a flighty, scattered-brained little girl, do you? I'll show you. I'll show you.
What is Kitty going to show Jim? And will Colonel Cripps connect the mysterious accident of the shot with the gang of spies that Jim is trailing in the Caribbean? Don't miss the next exciting episode of The Adventures of Jungle Jim. Remember, you can follow these adventures in the full-color action pictures to be found in the Comic Weekly, the world's greatest comic supplement containing the best full-color adventure and comic pictures. Remember, no other comic supplement can give you the top names of Cartoonland like the all-star favorites to be found in the Comic Weekly. The whole family follows the fun and frolics of Jiggs and Maggie, the Little King, the immortal Donald Duck, as well as the exciting adventures of Jungle Jim and Flash Gordon. Join the 11 million adults and the 6 million youngsters who every week find the greatest of home entertainment in the Comic Weekly, which comes to you with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. More thrilling radio adventures of Jungle Jim will be heard at this time next week over the same station. Be sure to tune in.
Front-page dramas. The roar of the presses. Every week these giant presses roll and keep rolling at tremendous speed. 15,000 an hour until every last one of the 7 million copies of the American Weekly has gone through in full color. Great fiction, interesting features, factual articles, and color illustrations, all these are to be found in every issue of the American Weekly, which comes to you each week with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. This week's front-page drama, The Rattlesnake Murder Case, is an original radio playlet suggested by a feature news story to be found in next Sunday's issue of the American Weekly, entitled The Strange Sequel to Los Angeles' Atrocious Rattlesnake Murder. As our story opens, two well-dressed men with an attractive young woman are riding in an open roadster. They drive into the grounds of a snug little cottage in the Connecticut countryside.
But, Teddy, I still think it's an imposition to come out here and force ourselves upon poor Betty in her condition.
Oh, nonsense, Jessie. You talk as if Betty was going into confinement tomorrow. Why, she didn't divulge our little secret even to me until Friday. She's as right as rain. Perfectly healthy.
Oh, she must be to move out here in the country and still refuse to hire servants. Nice place you got here, Teddy.
Yeah, the house is small, but we've got plenty of ground. And there we are. All out for the Krantz country estate. Now, Betty! Betty, dear, come on out to see who's here. Betty!
No answer. She must be lying down.
Yeah. Let's go in. Come on, Jack.
Front door's open. Is it all right to go in?
Oh, sure, go ahead. I'll find Betty. Oh, Betty! Betty, dear, where are you? Jessie and Jack are here. Betty! Oh, she's not in here. Jessie, go out in the back through the kitchen. She's probably out in the garden by the lily pond. I'll make some drinks and be with you in a jiffy.
All right, Teddy. I'll go out and find her.
You need any help, Ted?
No, I don't think so. Look, why don't you go out with Jessie and Betty? It won't take me but a minute to whip up something quick. What's that? Jessie, something's happened.
Jessie.
It's Betty. Betty, she's dead. Out there in the lily pond. She's dead.
Now, quit your beefing, Terry. You're worse than your old man was when he first joined the force. I'm sorry I ever volunteered to teach you the ropes.
Oh, but all this inaction. Driving up and down country roads. Burning up the taxpayers' money. Then pulling over and parking under trees. Same thing day after day. Gosh, I wish I'd joined the army.
Yeah, I'm beginning to wish you had, too. All you young squirts are the same. You think state policemen live like they do in those crazy mystery novels.
Listen, Gary, I'm not that bad. When a fellow has studied as hard as I have...
That's more of your old man's talk. That's what spoiled you. You're overeducated. College boys never do make good policemen.
Okay, Gary, but let's do something. At least start driving around again.
All right. Oh, wait a minute. There's a call coming through.
Oh, what the heck. It won't be for us.
Calling Patrol Car 30, Patrol Car 30, Patrol Car 30. Proceed at once to house at Pine Hill Road and Bay Lane Tree. Woman drowned. Medical officer on the way. That is all. Patrol Car 30. Okay, Terry, that's us. Come on, step on that thing. Get going. It's all right now. No. Just take it easy. Just take it easy. Both, keep quiet just a minute. Well, Teddy?
He's dead. Been dead for 6 hours or more, I'd say. Too late for artificial respiration.
Well, Mr. Clarence, have you any idea how it happened?
I don't know. I left early this morning. She was happy, cheerful. She was expecting a baby. She had occasional dizzy spells. She loved this spot out by the pond. She must have leaned over, got dizzy, and fainted, perhaps. I don't know.
Hey, catch him there, quick. He's keeling over. All right, I've got him now. He'll be all right. Here, Terry. Terry, give me a little of that whiskey.
Yeah, right.
The poor fellow's taking it hard. Here, let's put him down over here.
All right.
Come on, up there.
Fine. Oh, here comes the doctor, Sergeant.
Here's the body, Doctor.
Make way, please.
He's dead. Drowned, apparently. But I want you to take particular notice of the right leg, Doctor. Here, down by the calf, you'll notice a wound about a quarter of an inch long. The leg is swollen to the knee. I think that wound may have been caused.
I have sent for you, Officer Bronson.
Well, yes, Dad, but I...
Don't interrupt, please. In this office, I'm your superior officer, not your parent.
Yes, sir.
The State Police Commission and myself have carefully reviewed your conduct in the Krantz case. You've been guilty of insubordination to the state coroner and your superior officers. You publicly ridiculed the verdict of the coroner's jury and behaved in a manner unbecoming a member of the state police. I have no other alternative than to suspend you for 30 days without pay.
Yes, sir. But I still believe Betty Krantz was murdered, and her husband guilty of the crime.
I agree with the coroner and his jury's verdict of accidental death by drowning. The case is closed. Turn in your equipment and uniform.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm sorry, Terry, my boy. I guess they decided against me.
Yep, Gary. They suspended me for 30 days.
Oh, that's tough. Now, you hardly deserve that.
I'm glad I got it, Gary. Boy, oh boy, I'm tickled to death.
Ah, that's the old fighting spirit, my boy.
I'm only just beginning to fight. For the next 30 days, I'm on my own. And believe me, I'm going to use every minute of it to prove I was right. I'll clear my name and bring that smooth, slick murderer to justice.
Well, Terry, I'm glad to see you again. Now, how's your little investigation working out?
It's going to be a big investigation, Gary.
Oh?
My first break came last week. The insurance company up in Hartford that had a policy on Mrs. Krantz disputed his claim.
Oh, that sounds good. Now, tell me, how did it happen?
Well, the company charges that the information on the basis on which they issued the policy was false.
Oh.
So they won't pay off.
Well, now, there's a break in your favor, Terry.
Right. And I took advantage of it to investigate further. I find now that Krantz has been married 4 times.
Holy mackerel, the fellow's a bluebeard.
What's more, his second wife met her death by drowning. Not in a pool, but in a bathtub. Not in Connecticut either, but over in Pennsylvania.
Well, what do you know about that?
I went there over the weekend.
And how did that little accident happen?
Very much like the last one. Krantz brought his wife into the office of a Dr. Rogers.
Yes.
She was suffering from a bad gash in the head, which Krantz said she received in an automobile accident. After being treated at a local hospital, Krantz took his wife to a tourist camp.
Where she got dizzy and fell in a bathtub and was drowned.
That's right.
Yes.
And a week after the alleged automobile accident, Krantz came to town to shop. A boy from the market helped him back to the cabin with the supplies. He called for his wife. There was no answer.
Now, don't tell me, Terry. I know the rest. She was face down in the tub.
Exactly.
Yes, that's what
And he
I thought.
pulled the same saw back, crying, fainting, and mourning, that the authorities whitewashed the case like they did this one.
Well, the sameness of the two deaths make good evidence. But, Terry, you see, it's not necessarily proof of guilt.
I know that. All right. I got all those people in Pennsylvania ready to testify. Now then, Gary, tell me what have you found out?
Well, not much, but enough. It was just as you said, Terry. His grief, it didn't last very long. He's got another woman on the string.
Oh, then I was right about that, too, eh?
Yeah. I patrolled the road just like you suggested. And sure enough, about a month after the funeral, he began driving up after dark with another woman. Entertains her quite often.
Good. Now, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to slip into that house in the daytime when he's away. I'm going to install a couple of good microphones in his house. Bring the wires to the ivy on the outside. We'll hook this up to a portable recording machine and record what was on.
Oh, that's taking a long chance, Terry. If we ever got caught, your power would break.
Don't worry, we won't get caught. I'll let you out of this deal now if you want me to.
No, Terry. I promise to help you through this, and I'm staying for the finish. Are you always set, Terry? Hines and the woman are in the house now.
Yes. I ran a test on the equipment, and the voice is coming fine. He's out in the kitchen getting ice. Apparently, they're going to do a little drinking.
Okay, now. I'll go back to the car. You flash your light if you need it.
Right. Have your statutory warrants ready in case I get enough evidence for you to make an arrest.
Okay, sir. Now, you just signal me if you want to. Good luck, my boy.
Thanks, Gary. Hope we can land this bird tonight.
Oh, what's the idea of sitting away over there by yourself? Come over here on the couch and get friendly.
Don't rush me, Teddy. I want to enjoy this drink and hear that business proposition you've been talking about.
Okay. But it's cozier over here.
I'm comfortable right here. Now, what about the proposition you said would make me some money? I can use a little ready cash.
Could you use $1,000?
$1,000? Say, cut out the kidding.
I'm not kidding. All you have to do is tell a little white lie, and you can earn $1,000 quickly.
Why so much for a little white lie, Teddy?
Well, I'm having a little argument with the insurance company.
They owe me $15,000 on the policy I had on Betty's life.
Now, wait a minute. This proposition doesn't sound kosher to me.
Oh, don't be a fool. There's nothing to it. In order to be able to collect the full $15,000 instead of $5,000 that they offer, I've got to have someone swear that they visited Betty in the garden on the day of her death.
Oh, so they're not so sure about that accidental death verdict, eh?
Oh, of course they believe it. This is another one of those minor technicalities in the policy. Well, how about doing me and yourself a favor, huh? $1,000 is a lot of money.
No thanks, Teddy. Include me out. I'll pass.
Oh, come on, don't be silly. It's the easiest way you'll ever find to make $1,000. Now, look, I'll frame the thing, so all you'll have to do...
It's no use, Teddy. I don't want any part of it. I don't want to get mixed up with anything to do with Betty's death.
Say, look here, Fur, you don't think that...
I'm not even thinking, sweetheart. But your little playmate Joey seems to be.
What?
Especially when he's in his cup.
I don't know what you mean. I haven't seen Joe Vogel in over a month. Not since I saw him in the hotel bar.
Don't kid me, Teddy. You were up to see him the night he moved to the Post Hill Tavern.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. I did take him home one night. Well, that was about a month ago. How about another drink, huh? I saw your signal, Terry. What's up?
Use your warrants and pick up those two. Yeah. I think we've got enough on this record to hold them on one charge.
And where are you going, Terry?
Down to the Post Hill Tavern to interview a man by the name of Joe Fogel. Yeah. I think he knows a lot I ought to know. See you at the station later.
By golly, Terry, I hope you know what you're doing. All this ain't strictly according to Hoyle, you know.
I know what I'm doing, all right, I tell you. I have got that murdering rat Tramp strapped in one chair, his girlfriend in the other. Strap Joe Fogel down on this table.
Oh, you cops can't do this to me. I know my rights. I'll have you both broken for this.
Come on, you lie down on that table and be quick about it. Oh, no, you won't? All right, well, we'll see about that. Oh, come on, get on the table. Okay, Sergeant. Get to help. Now, strap him down tight. Yes.
There he is, Terry.
Oh, fine.
Now what?
Take off his right shoe and sock and roll up his pant leg. While I get the surprise I have out in the hall.
All right, now you.
Here we are. Quick, Harry. Push that chair up beside it barefoot.
Okay, Terry, but wasn't the name of the saints you're trying to prove?
Murder. Now step back and grab his bare leg. When I open the lid of this box, slowly move his foot and leg toward the hole. Ready?
Okay, my boy. Holy mattress. Here, snake.
Yes, sirree. Diamond-back rattlers. They're deadly. Start moving his foot toward the hole. Slowly now. But if he won't talk, put it in.
All right, here we go.
No! No, for God's sake, no! No, don't do it! Don't do it! No.
I'll tell everything. He did it. Cran's there. He did it.
You're a liar! A liar! He killed her! Quiet, you rat. Now, Fogel, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. I own the snakes. I get them for carnivals and zoos. Yeah, he phoned me one day and asked if I had rattlers. He asked me to bring a box to his house one night.
That's a lie, I tell you. Put a gag on him. Put a gag on him. Tell you, if he insults again, put a gag on him. That's it.
Went to his house and he let me in the garage. Yeah. Had his wife bound and gagged on the table, blindfolded she was, too. And I knew there was something wrong, and I wasn't going to leave the rattlers. But he had a gun. He said, you can't get out of this now. There's no third party. I want to collect some insurance. That's what he said, and he made me put the box down and open the lid. Then he stuck her foot in it.
I see. When the poison had done its work, he carried the body out and laid it face down in the pool, making it look as if she had accidentally fallen into the water. Well, there's our case, Sergeant. Lock them up. I'm going home and break the news to Father.
You've just heard the front page drama, The Rattlesnake Murder Case, suggested by a feature news story, the strange sequel to Los Angeles' atrocious rattlesnake murder, to be found in next Sunday's American Weekly, the magazine with the greatest circulation in the world that comes to you each week with your Hearst Sunday newspaper.
Takes a heap of living in a house to make it home, a heap of sun and shadow.
From the land of the sky, blue water,
makers of Land O'Lakes Sweet Cream Butter present Edgar A. Guest with Eddie Howard. A bit of music, a bit of verse, a bit of common sense to make your next 15 minutes a bit brighter.
From the land of the sky, blue water,
I often think when we lock the front door, put out the lights, go upstairs to bed, that the record of the day is completed and fully known. That all that can happen, save the one great sorrow that can come through closed doors, has happened. One day that was the thought I tried to express. It's bedtime, and we lock the door, put out the lights. The day is o'er. All that can come of good or ill, the record of this day to fill is written down. The worries cease, and old and young can rest in peace. We knew not when we started out what dangers hedged us all about, what little pleasures we should gain, what should be ours to bear of pain. But now the fires are burning low, and this day's history we know. No harm has come. The laughter here has been unbroken by a tear. We've met no hurt too great to bear. We have not had to bow to care. The children all are safe in bed. There's nothing now for us to dread. When bedtime comes, and we can say that we have safely lived the day, how sweet the calm that settles down and shuts away the noisy town. There is no danger now to fear until tomorrow shall appear. When the long bedtime comes, and I in sleep eternal turn to lie, when life has nothing more in store, and silently I close the door, God grant my weary soul may claim security from hurt and shame.
A little kiss at twilight in a great big cozy chair, in a homemade heaven we share, alone. A little kiss at twilight, when the long blue shadows fall round a small white cottage we call our own. It's a dream, I know, but I know too. Dreams like this often come true. A little kiss at twilight, I'd be waiting all day through for that one sweet moment at home with
Friends of Land O'Lakes, I'm going to say something now which I've had in mind for a long time. The talented organist you have heard playing for Eddie Howard and furnishing the musical background for this program is Mr. Harry Zimmerman, of whom we're all very proud and, I may add, very fond. We know him to be the possessor of a remarkable musical talent, and we predict for him a brilliant career. I have felt that you ought to know him personally as well as by his enrichment of our program. Like Land O'Lakes Sweet Cream Butter, Harry Zimmerman is rated among the very best, and also like Land O'Lakes, which hasn't a drop of sour cream in it, Harry Zimmerman permits never a sour note to slip from his gifted fingers. We're proud of him, just as we're proud of Land O'Lakes. This happens in every well-regulated family, I think, once a month. It has been happening in my family once a month for about 35 years, and the thing I'm about to do is Bud's observation of his mother and father. When Ma gets out the monthly bills and sets them all in front of Dad, she makes us children run away because she knows he may get mad. And then she smiles a bit and says, I hope you will not fuss or fret. There's nothing here except the things I absolutely had to get. And Pa, he looks 'em over first. The things you had to get, says he. I suppose that we'd have died without that $20 lingerie. Then he starts in to write the checks for laundry and for light and gas, and never says a word about them because they're small. He lets them pass. But when he starts to grunt and groan and stops the while his pipe he fills, we know that he is getting down to where Ma's hid the bigger bills. Just what we had to have, says he, and I'm supposed to pay the tolls, $9.50. Say, what the deuce are camisoles? If you should break a leg, says Pa, and couldn't get downtown to shop, I'll bet the dry goods men would see their business take an awful drop. And if they missed you for a week, they'd have to fire a dozen clerks. Say, couldn't we have got along without this bunch of Billy Burks? But Ma just sits and grins at him and never has a word to say because she says Pa likes to fuss about the bills he has to pay.
Take a little tip from Father, take a little tip from Dad. Stay far away from the beautiful girls. Each little peach is a full-grown lemon. Wedding chimes 7 times out of 10 are bad. But if you find a girl like Mother, get married like your dear old Dad. Take a little tip from Father, take a little tip from Dad. Stay far away from the beautiful girls. Each little peach is a full-grown lemon. Wedding chimes 7 times out of 10 are bad. But if you find a girl like Mother, get married like your dear old Dad.
Today, I want to have a real heart-to-heart talk with all you ladies listening in. And you summer brides who are just setting up housekeeping will do well to pay particular attention to what I have to say. I want to give you a few facts about the butter you use for your daily meals. Just remember this. Much of the butter used is churned from sour cream, but not Land O'Lakes butter. Only fresh, sweet cream is ever used in its churning. That's what makes it so fresh-tasting, gives it such a rich flavor goodness. And that's important to know, especially during these hot weather days when the butter begins to melt the instant you take it out of the refrigerator. But even if it does start to melt, with Land O'Lakes you don't get any sharp, strong taste, only the country fresh flavor of sweet cream and lightly salted to give it extra flavor. Ladies, I can't even begin to tell you how happy you'll be, how much better tasting your meals will be if you serve Land O'Lakes butter. Once you try it, you'll use it always. So don't forget, next time ask your grocer for Land O'Lakes sweet cream butter. Look for the Indian girl on the package.
There are smiles that make us happy. There are smiles that make us blue. There are smiles that steal away the teardrops as the sunbeams steal away the dew. There are smiles that have a tender meaning that the eyes of love alone may see. But the smiles that fill my life with sunshine are the smiles that you gave to me.
Now I want to venture the statement that most of our quarrels, most of the things we quarrel about, aren't worth the ill feeling they cause. We find that out as we grow older. Saw a couple of boys the other day, one with a chip on his shoulder. Knock it off if you dashed. I dashed. No, you dashed. You know, and then the fight was on. Well, years ago I was that way myself. I've changed my mind about it. You learn when you're older. That chip on your shoulder which you dare other boys to upset and stand up and fight for and struggle and smite for has caused you much shame and regret. When time, life's advisor, has made you much wiser, you won't be so quick with the blow. You won't be so willing to fight for a shilling and change a good friend to a foe. You won't be a sticker for trifles and bicker and quarrel for nothing at all. You'll grow to be kinder, more thoughtful, and blinder to faults which are petty and small. You won't take the trouble your two fists to double when someone your pride may offend. When with rage now you bristle, you'll smile, or you'll whistle and keep the goodwill of a friend. You'll learn when you're older that chip on your shoulder which proudly you battle to guard has frequently shamed you and often defamed you and left you a record that's marred. When you've grown calm and steady, you won't be so ready to fight for a difference that's small. For you'll know when you're older that chip on your shoulder is only a chip after all.
From the land of the sky, blue water,
You have been listening to the poems of Edgar A. Guest and the songs of Eddie Howard. And remember, summer or winter, even in the hottest weather, the quality of Land O'Lakes sweet cream butter never varies. You'll like its country fresh flavor. This is Vincent Pelletier speaking.
From the land of the sky, blue water,
a few words about advice, of which there seems to be a never-ending supply. Advice, like castor oil, seems bad however sweet we make it. To give it, everyone is glad, but no one wants to take it.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege and pleasure to introduce to you as temporary chairman of tonight's meeting the wife of the senior senator from Missouri and a member of the National Committee of the American First Committee, Mrs. Bennett Champ Clark.
The meeting will please come to order. Will the audience please rise and join in the singing of America under the leadership of Mr. Robert Crawford. Mr. Crawford.
My country, 'tis of me, sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of a pilgrim's pride, from every mountain side, let freedom ring. Land of a noble free, thy name I love. I love thy rocks and rills, thy woods and temple hills. My heart with rapture thrills like that above.
Will the audience remain standing? It gives me great pleasure to introduce the Reverend George Albert Simons, pastor of Christ Methodist Church of Glendale, Long Island, who will pronounce the invocation.
It is fitting that on this particular occasion we pay high tribute to the father of our country, whose name is known to all, first in war, first in peace, first in the hearts of his countrymen, by letting him offer prayer in the so-called Washington's Prayer for the Nation, to which we will then add a few petitions of our own, and then conclude with a Lord's Prayer, with which most of us, no doubt, are quite familiar, and those who desire to join in repeating that beautiful model prayer may do so. George Washington's Prayer for the Nation. Almighty God, we make our earnest prayer that thou wilt keep the United States in thy holy protection, that thou wilt incline the hearts of the citizens to cultivate a spirit of subordination and obedience to government, and entertain a brotherly affection and love for one another and their fellow citizens of the United States at large. And finally, that thou wilt most graciously be pleased to dispose us all to do justice, to love mercy, and to demean ourselves with that charity, humility, and pacific temper of mind which were the characteristics of the divine author of our blessed religion, without whose example in these things we can never hope to be a happy nation. Grant our supplication, we beseech thee, through Jesus Christ, our Lord. We thank thee for the echo coming down the aisle of time, reminding us of that God-fearing, prayer-loving, Bible-reading, church-attending President of our Christian Republic. And we pray thee, O God, to make us worthy of that great heritage which is ours as citizens of this great and glorious Christian Republic. We pray thee, O God, to bless this sacred cause of peace as espoused by the America First Committee, and bless those fearless voices that are being heard up and down the country these days. We pray thee, O God, let no harm come to any one of these noble, patriotic citizens who love peace more than they love war. And we pray thee, O God, to bless the activities and efforts of all similar organizations that are working to the end that peace and goodwill may yet be established not only in our own country but throughout the ends of the earth. And all these mercies and blessings we ask for the sake of Him who has taught us to pray when we say, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
The audience will be seated. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as I look out upon this vast audience tonight, I am reminded that not long ago another group of people assembled here to enjoy a stage show under the guise of glamorizing this country into a shooting war. The Fight for Freedom Committee takes a dual approach to their problem of making war delectable to the American people. First, the Lorelei approach, all dressed up in pink tights and spangles, and to the tune of a song in my heart, they tell the country it's fun to be free. My friends, it is fun to be free, but if we follow the method advocated by the Fight for Freedom Committee, our freedom, if it is sustained at all, will be shrouded by death and disease and heartbreak and collapse and the disillusionment and wrath of the generations to come. Approach number 2, as expounded by Bishop Henry Hobson of Ohio, chairman of the Fight for Freedom Committee, is equally fantastic. The bishop says to his co-workers, don't appeal to the intellect, appeal to the emotions. The bishop is on safe ground here because the argument that he puts forth could not possibly appeal to the intellect even if he wanted it to. But he goes on to say that the way to get American men fighting mad is to depict American womanhood as being defiled by Hitler. I claim that American mothers, wives, and sweethearts will be a whole lot safer if our men defend their own country, their own continent, and their own hemisphere. Will be a whole lot safer than if they are sent to the Caucasus, the Malay Peninsula, or Afghanistan. Now, it has taken 20 years of hard fact-finding for us to know what hit us before we finally decided to get into the last war. The America First Committee has made an honest and competent attempt to keep the facts of the present build-up for war before the American people, as we have been going along. What the America First Committee has collected as evidence will loom large on the pages of history. We have conducted, if you please, a parallel investigation of the facts, step by step, appealing to the intellect and not to the emotions of the American people. In this effort, one man stands out as the ace fact finder. He is beloved in New York as a gentleman and a scholar, admired and respected in Washington and the rest of the country. When he comes to Washington, he comes bearing knowledge, evidence, facts, and not grease paint, ballet slippers, a tightrope, or a trapeze. It is now my very great pleasure to introduce the permanent chairman of the evening, the chairman of the New York chapter of the America First Committee, Mr. John T. Flynn.
Clark, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you here tonight once more in a great critical hour of our country's life. I regret very deeply that I cannot extend a welcome to those many millions all over this land who are eager to hear what is being said here tonight, but who cannot do so because 3 or 4 men who control the radio networks of this country have arbitrarily shut off from the air the voice of this great meeting. Now, my friends, at this point, may I make a request? When you hear something that you agree with, won't you please applaud? And when you hear something that you do not agree with, don't bother about the booze. Two of the radio networks have declared that they have offered us time. They have said also that they have given to the anti-war groups as much time on the air as they have allowed to the war-making groups in this debate. Tonight, my friends, I want to take just a minute or two to tell you the facts about these preposterous claims. There are 3 national network corporations: the National Broadcasting Company, the Columbia, and the Mutual. They operate 4 great chains. From the beginning, these chains have pretended that they would give to the anti-war speakers as much time as they would extend to the interventionists. If a speaker representing one of the war committees got 15 minutes on the air, the radio companies would give 15 minutes to us. And so they claim that the time which has been enjoyed by speakers on the other side has been balanced completely by the time which our speakers have had. But these claims are pure and unadulterated subterfuge. They leave out completely a whole range of speakers and programs. They leave out completely all count of the newscasters, so-called, the commentators, the radio dramas, the government programs and spots, and the visiting war hawks from all over the globe. They leave out the programs of all sorts of those who are bundling for Britain and for every other country under the sun save America. Under the guise of collecting relief for Britain, or Greece, or Russia, or China, or a dozen other countries, these programs are explosive with propaganda for war, for getting us in on the side of these various countries. They leave out such programs as that fake Irish Defense Committee, which, while pretending to be an American committee, was inspired, organized, and sponsored by British agents in this country and can get plenty of time on the air. Then there are the programs for selling defense bonds and collecting aluminum. There's no objection to a radio appeal to the people to buy defense bonds, but these little programs are almost always hooked up with appeals to hatred and fear, putting emphasis on all those shoddy terrors about Hitler coming here and saving democracy and defending America from the Nazis, which are the stock in trade of the war propagandists. Now, if you will count on our side all of our speakers against war and whatever commentators and other programs you can find, and on the other side, all the formal speakers for intervention, plus the army of commentators and government and other interventionist programs, I tell you that for every hour we have had on the air, the other side has had 20. And I am prepared to prove this. From time to time, I have had the air carefully monitored or watched. Let me give you some figures about 3 successive days, not very long ago. Now, in these figures on our side, I count every program which speaks out against war, whether they were on the air for America First or some other sustained or sponsored program wholly unconnected with us. On the other side, I make a similar count. I include not only the senators and the other war committee speakers, but the Kaltenborns and the Winchells and the Vandercooks and the Raymond Graham Swings and the William Shirers and the Raymond Clappers and the Eleanor Roosevelts and the Dorothy Thompsons and all of the other male and female angels of war, and also all the Broadway and Hollywood sketches and government programs devoted to interventionist propaganda. Some of these commentators, by the way, are on once a week, some of them 2 or 3 times a week, and some of them every day. Now, as a matter of fact, there is hardly any need to prove this to the people of America. You who have ears to hear and radio sets in your home know this story. But let me give you the figures. On the 3 days which I take these figures from, and for which I had the air checked from 8 in the morning until 12 at midnight, 16 hours a day for 3 days, 48 hours in all, continuously. And here is the record of the interventionist speeches and programs, direct or indirect, which appeared in those 3 days. On Columbia's WABC, there were 21 interventionist broadcasts. On Mutual's WO, there were 28. On the National Broadcasting Company's WEF, there were 33. On the National Broadcasting Company's WJZ, there were 45. Observe that on the National Broadcasting Company's 2 stations, WEF and WJZ, in 3 days there were a total of 78 interventionist programs. All of these 4 major networks, on all of them together, there was a total of 127 broadcasts in 3 days devoted to interventionist propaganda. That is 127 broadcasts in 48 hours, or almost 3 every hour. And this does not count all the programs that appeared on the innumerable minor stations serving this and other cities. And now here is the vital fact. There were 127 interventionist fear and scare programs in 3 days on 4 stations. And how many do you think were allowed on those same stations on our side in that same time? Just 6. Yet the president of one of these chains, in a spirit of aggrieved righteousness, has the brass to tell the public through the newspapers that we have gotten as much time as the other side. He knows that is not so, and the American people know it is not so. And I add this further comment before I am through with this, because this has been a matter of public discussion in the last few days, that if this country gets into this war, and millions of American boys perish in this war, the darkest stain of that blood guilt amongst all the war makers will be on the hands of the owners and controllers of these radio chains. Now, just one sentence or two on this point. At the last moment today, in response to repeated pleas and demands for radio time, finally, one of the radio chains, the Mutual Broadcasting Company, WOR, decided to make a phonographic transcription of this meeting and to broadcast from 11:30 to 12 o'clock tonight, 1/2 hour of what goes on here. Now, my friends, so much for that. We're here for one purpose. We're here to make a last stand against those many minority forces which are combined to drag this nation into war. 1 year ago today, the President of the United States made his famous pledge that he would never take our boys into foreign wars. Now he has practically told you that he's already taken us into war. But he's not so sure of this. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please, ladies and gentlemen, I want to call your attention to one thing which I think you will agree with me is important. Now, please listen to me intently and attentively on this. Hecklers get into meetings and try to break them up. Now, they cannot break them up without your help. The thing... This is a vast audience, and we who are speaking to you have the advantage of a microphone. The man who heckles and makes outcries is a lone person, and in this great crowd is lost unless you decide to pay attention to him instead of paying attention to the speaker. Now, when you hear these interruptions, do not pay any attention to them. Do not turn around to see where they are coming from. Ignore them, and you will find that they will soon die out. Listen to the speakers. Now, I say the president is not so sure, however, that he's got us into war, so he is asking the Congress of the United States to pass another law. What he wants is a declaration of war, but he knows that he cannot get that from the representatives of the American people. is calling for war, but he is giving it another name. He calls it repeal of the Neutrality Act. He wants to start an all-out war in the Atlantic, the Battle of the Atlantic, as he calls it. But he refuses to speak out to you the whole truth. He refuses to use the word war. He hopes that if the neutrality law is repealed, the shooting will get underway quickly, and that then he can come before the Congress and say that a state of war actually exists and ask them to recognize it as a fact. We are here in the name of our homes, in the name of our young sons, in the name of the fathers of this republic who gave us this great inheritance of freedom, in the name of the future of mankind itself, in the name of our own freedom and democracy, to lift up our voices against this infamy. We have here three distinguished American citizens, patriots, who will state tonight the people's case against this war, and my business now is to present them to you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there's nothing rare about the courage of men who face death on the battlefield. Millions do it every day in Europe. Millions have died uncomplaining. But there is a kind of courage that is rare indeed. It is the courage of the man who, against the interests and demands of his party, against the frowns and even the contumely of his friends, dares to stand up and tell the truth. Last week in Washington, at the secret sessions of the Foreign Relations Committee of the Senate, I listened for 4 hours to a magnificent presentation of the case of America, of your case, against the repeal of the Neutrality Act. That presentation was made by a truly brave man who is here tonight. He too can say, I have seen war, I hate war. He was in Belgium when the cruel war machine of Hitler rolled over that little country. He could tell you what that war is. He's here now to lift his voice against it. And I have the honor to present to you our former minister to Ireland, our former ambassador to Poland and to Belgium, Mr. John Kgei of Wisconsin.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished guests, and you, my fellow Americans, I can tell you it's inspiring to stand here and look over this great sea of faces inspired by only one motive, and that is the welfare of their country. In these times of pro-this and anti-that, and this ism and that ism, here in this group there is only one ism, and that is Americanism. I am not a member of this organization which has organized this magnificent meeting. I come to you simply as an individual. I do not belong to any organization concerned with our foreign policy. But I come here and I speak to you in the same spirit that I would testify in a court of law. When holding my hand on high, I took an oath to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. For 8 years I served as your representative in some of the leading capitals of Europe. And from one end of that distracted continent to the other I went, trying to determine the causes which brought about this war. And I say to you, with all the fervor of my soul, that this war is a war of Europe, and not a war of America. We did not start it. We had nothing to do with the causes which brought it about. Let us stay out of it. In Belgium, only about a year and a half ago, I saw the mighty Nazi machine roll over that poor, peaceful little country. And I saw it lying prostrate and bleeding in the murderous wake of that terrible war machine. And after that, France fell, and Norway. But all of these facts were before the American people. All of them were presented in the last campaign, and both candidates pledged peace. And the issue of the campaign was one of the greatest issues, was to keep us out of that war of Europe. It's only a year ago tonight that the President of this country stood before the people, and I can hear his voice now as it came over this black magic that we call the radio. It was soft and low as a lullaby, and it pledged to you people that none of your sons would be sent to foreign wars. Now, you know, and I know, and everyone in this great audience knows, that if one of the candidates for the presidency had even intimated that there was a possibility of getting us into that war of Europe, they would have been defeated and would never have been sent to the White House. All of these facts were before the candidates. They were before the American people, and the decision was made to keep us out of the war of Europe. Now, what has changed? What has changed? England was fighting for its life in a heroic defense. 1 year ago, nothing has changed in Europe, but much has changed in this country. And you have seen the foreign policy of the nation moving step by step to the precipice of war. And they have been so consistent in their inconsistency. They passed a neutrality law. It was given a great deal of study. Its aim was to keep us out of the war. And now they seek to repeal the neutrality law to keep us out of war and preserve the peace. I tell you, my friends, there is one great hope, and that is, at this time, at the conclusion of this phase of the Russian campaign, to advance a plan for peace. Three weeks ago, in a debate with Professor McGovern of Northwestern University, I made the proposal that the President of the United States, with the consent of Congress, issue a call to all the nations of the world to assemble at a peace table. Since then, there have been a great number of editorial comments, abusive, and some of them ridicule, and even in scurrilous terms. And while I have been called a warmonger, it's a new one to me, Since this proposal, I've been called a peacemonger. So you see before you a peacemonger. I'm glad there's so many of us. And I want to tell you that our numbers are growing stronger each day among the real people of this country. They say it's useless to propose peace because you cannot have any peace with Hitler. I want to tell you that Hitler, although most people seem to think so, is not immortal. When I saw him and interviewed him as a correspondent just 5 months ago, he looked like a very sick man. And I wouldn't be a bit surprised if his days were numbered. But Hitler is only a passing phase in this tragic world picture. Back of Hitler, the real force of Germany today is the army, the generals of the general staff. And the people of Germany never had any stomach for this war at the beginning. They yearn for peace. But they fear a peace of vengeance. They fear a peace like the peace of Versailles. And all the woes that have ever descended upon Germany since the last war, the great poverty, the inflation that wiped out the savings of a lifetime overnight, the degradation, the humiliation, the vast unemployment of 7 million, all these woes are ascribed to the Treaty of Versailles. Now, the people of Germany fear another peace that will be even more vengeful and more humiliating, more degrading than the Peace of Versailles. And I put it to you as common sense people. If you were Germans, I ask you, what hope is presented to you by the war aims of the British or the Atlantic Charter? I am not so much interested in Hitler. He is only a symptom or a phenomenon. I am interested in the malignant causes that produced a Hitler. This tragic chapter of the world's history, this black episode that we are witnessing, commenced directly as a result of the last war. It began in Russia. That terrible despotism, that it is even more revolting than the despotism of Germany. I know. I have been in both places. I want to tell you it's a depressing experience. But it was the poverty. It was this vast impoverishment of the world from the waste of war that produced a Stalin, a Lenin, a Mussolini, and a Hitler. We have in this country one of the greatest experts on European affairs, a great
patriot, a man who is ready and eager to serve his country, the former President of the United States, Herbert Hoover. Put Mr. Hoover to work. Put him to work on a peace plan. To determine the causes that produced this war. And you would not believe what a ready ear the German people would give to such a plan at this time. They say no peace with Hitler, but back of Hitler, even with his absolute power, are the German people and the German generals. And Hitler would not dare resist an invitation to attend a peace conference at this time. We have a vast potentiality for war, and we can use that vast potentiality as a threat at the peace table to compel the warring powers to sit at a conference. Now we have in this country 85% of the world's gold. All economists are puzzling their brains as to what to do with it. And no one has yet found any solution. Let us take this gold, bring it to this peace meeting, and offer it as a basis for the reestablishment of the gold standard. For back of these hatreds and animosities that have engendered this war are the economic causes, the trade barriers and restrictions that have reduced nations to penury and which have brought about a marching of the armies. Those of the war party may sneer as they choose, but the time has come when the choice must be made between peace and war. This has been a war of nerves, and a nation cannot exist half peace and half war. Now down in Washington, some of these colleagues of Senator Nye and Senator Wheeler seem to think that they can make war by oratory, and by just deciding that we'll go to war and end it, and that'll decide it, because we're going to enter the war. It's all over. I want to tell you now, I have seen the mighty German war machine. I saw it roll through Belgium, an endless stream of might, day and night, rolling through the main streets and on the way to France. And it produced an impression on me I shall remember as long as I live. Now, what I think doesn't count very much as a military expert, although we're developing military experts all over this nation. Governor Lehman has become an expert on the defense, and my friend Senator Pepper, that some of you... Now, I always thought that if you had anything wrong with you, a disease of any kind, you went to a doctor, and if you had a questionable lawsuit, you went to a lawyer. And there are men that are far more able than you and I, or any of us, who have spent all the years of their lives studying this profession called military science. And those men, without a single exception, have told us that this great bugaboo, this great scare of an invasion of this country is absolutely ridiculous. And there isn't a single exception to that. I know what war means, and I know that if we enter this war, we can't do it by oratory, and we can't do it by going just that far. We've got to assemble and marshal the might of this country, and if we enter the war, we've got to win the war. And the men who know, the military experts, not alone of this country, but of Great Britain, say that the only way that Germany can be beaten is by an invasion of that country. And that means an expeditionary force of 9 million men. In the last war, we entered when Germany was exhausted. At the end of 3 long years. And we sent to France 2 million. 2 million men in that expeditionary force, and it cost us in killed and maimed and wounded 160,000. I ask you, what will be the casualties in this next war? That is the alternative. They would take us along the road of war. And when we say war, there is no such thing as limited war. We have protested against this war madness, and our protests have been ignored. We have petitioned, and they have scorned our petitions. We have pleaded, and our words have been unavailing as the wind. Now, we plead no more. We petition no more. We waste no further words. We defy them. We defy them to lead this nation into war by minority rule. Back of us are the plain people of this country. Who have never been given a hearing on this issue. It is for them that we speak. For the fathers who have sweat and toiled and sacrificed to give their sons an education and give them a full life that is to them denied. To the mothers whose tears of anguish will flow in a mighty river across this land. And to the youth whose blood will drench red the battlefields of Europe. Back of us are assembling these the inarticulate masses of this nation, and we are growing stronger every day. And we will go on and on with no stop, no halt, until we do get a hearing. For this nation, for peace, and for America.
Ladies and gentlemen, I do not know how many people there are in this great amphitheater, but there are as many as it will hold, about 22 or 23,000 people, and there are another 20,000 outside. They have come, those outside have come here and have not been able to get in, and so our speakers are going to go out to them for a moment. And if they will be patient, we will have a chance to present to them Senator Wheeler and Mr. Kgei and Mr. Lindbergh and others. While Senator Wheeler and Mr. Kgei are outside for just a few moments, I want to make this statement to you. A very great duty rests on us here tonight. Our interest is not in Britain, or France, or Holland, or Germany, or Russia, however much we may sympathize with the aggrieved people of all of these countries. Our interest is in America. We're not just met here to hear speeches. We have a duty to perform. We know that if we go into this war, our young men will die like flies. But terrible as this is, I am sure that our people would not shrink from it if they believed it necessary to save our own country, our own institutions, and our own freedoms. But they know that these boys will not die for America. And our job is to prevent the useless slaughter of these young men. Now, in our hands, in the hands of the American people, is the balance of life or death of millions of young Americans. How many of you have sons in those numerous army camps where men are being prepared for the slaughter in Europe? How many of you have brothers, husbands, friends, boys on the very threshold of their young lives, with everything before them, life, their careers, their ambitions, their hopes of all the things that life holds in those camps tonight? There are 1.5 million of them now there. Tonight, we here and the American people hold in our hands the lives of these young men. For do you know what will happen to them if this nation goes into this war? Of course you know that as soon as the war party has got you finally into this war, they will call for millions of soldiers. 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 They will c not less than 10 million before they are done. So that, you see, these 1.5 million boys now in the camps tonight will be just the beginning, just the first wave of fighting men that will be hurled into the battle. I say they will be the first wave, and they will be destroyed, all of them. And then wave after wave of new levies of soldiers will have to be poured into those dreadful battlefields to save the Dutch East Indies for Holland, to save the rubber plantations of Malay for England, to save the riches of India for the British Empire, and to save communism for dictatorship Russia. Please, you say no tonight, but this is what will happen. These waves of men will flow into the tide of blood, and some of them boys who are now only going into high school. But after that first wave, that 1.5 million that first wave, that 1.5 million that are now in the camps will be gone, trampled in the mud and sand and snows and blood of France and Germany and Russia and Africa, all of them, so that if we go into this war, as to the boys now in the camps, you can say goodbye to them forever. Well, that's what we're talking about tonight. Now, between this appalling disaster to our youth and our freedom, there stands only two forces. That brave group of men in the Senate and House who are fighting to save this country from war, and the America First Committee, which stands behind these leaders in Congress. There is nobody else speaking for you. The America First Committee can do its work only through you, through newspaper advertisements and publicity, through meetings, through sending speakers throughout the country, through literature widely distributed. And all of this costs money. We must rely on you, therefore, to keep this battle going until we have saved our own country from the scheming of those who are seeking to drag it into this unholy war. Now, my friends, I want to ask you, all of you, to stand up for one moment, please. I want you to give the America First Committee, I want you to give to Senator Wheeler and all these brave, tireless champions of your cause in Congress a pledge. The battle is on in Washington now. I want every man and woman in this great audience and outside to promise these men that before the sun goes down tomorrow night, every one of you will write to your senators and your congressmen, if you will, hold up your hands. Now, my friends, that's a pledge. One more pledge. I want you, before the sun goes down tomorrow night, to have every member of your family write to your senators and your congressmen. Will you pledge that? That's another pledge. And one more. I want you, before the sun goes down tomorrow night, to induce at least 2 or 3 of your friends to write to your senators and congressmen and give us a pledge on that. Now, my friends, that's a pledge. That's something you can do. And if those letters go pouring into Washington, we can win this fight, and it cannot be done any other way. Now, my friend, there are many things the committee has to do. And the more money we have, the more we can do. Great meetings like this cost money. And we need much to fight against the millions which this government, the English government, and the innumerable war committees are spending to propagandize this nation into war. Now, we have here tonight about 150 young ladies of the America First Committee of New York City. They're scattered all around you, and they have large and deep baskets. And I am going to ask them to pass among you for your contributions. I beg you to give generously. The cost of this movement of great, and it is always a struggle. And now, young ladies, will you please begin those baskets as quickly as possible while Senator Wheeler and Mr. Kgei are outside. This one here. Yeah. Well, that's very nice, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, I have here a note from a lady who is sitting on the platform, Mrs. J. Sergeant Cram, who says she'll give $500 if anybody else will. You mean to tell me there's not another $500 in this house? There's one over here. I see my friend Mr. Young over there who says he'll match it. There's $1,000 now in addition to what's going into the baskets. Anybody else like to come around with a $500 bill? Or a check will do. All right now, young ladies, just keep the baskets going. Ladies and gentlemen, while you're rummaging around for your money, let me ask you this. Did you ever hear of the great state of Idaho? Did you ever hear of that man from Idaho who put the moving picture magnates on the griddle in Washington for their shameless propaganda for entangling America in this war? Well, here he is, Senator D. Worth Clark. And he is one of the most valiant. We'll have him in a minute. And he's one of the most valiant of the battlers for peace in America. Come up here, Senator Clark. Give us a plug on this collection.
Thank you. May I just say to you that I am enormously happy tonight to be here in the company of such distinguished Americans and to have the pleasure of appearing here before such a splendid audience of also distinguished Americans. Thank you so much.
You know, that fight that's now going on down in Washington, as you probably know, is to kill the Neutrality Act. The one thing that has stood as a great fortress between the war hawks on one side and war on the other has been that Neutrality Act. Now, that great historic piece of legislation was the work of two men in the United States Senate. One of them was the husband of that distinguished lady who opened this meeting, Senator Bennett Champ Clark of Missouri. The other was Senator Gerald P. Nye. And here he is.
Mr. Chairman, please. Mr. Chairman, fellow Americans, I'm more than happy to see what I knew, or rather anticipated I would see here for sure tonight. This outpouring of American determination to avoid involvement by their country and their sons in the futility that would be American engagement in another foreign war. I know how sick at heart most of you must be, having observed the manner in which the interventionists have worn you down, wearing away at the patience of the American people. I am amazed that there could be such rallying to even a splendid cause as is in evidence here tonight. I have just one pleading to make. Don't you, American fathers, American mothers, American sons and American daughters, don't lay down on this job now. We have seen a cause representative of a mere minority of the American people, by hysteria and whatnot, whipping America on its way into this inglorious thing, until America has in some measure become maddened, drunk, insane. I don't know, but something in here tells me that however dark may seem to be the prospect at this or another moment, this fight isn't yet lost, because I remember how, though we are so childish, though we do so completely emulate the drunk today, God somehow has taken care of drunks and of children in the past. May He rally to our aid in this particularly challenging hour. I know you'll continue doing your part. Thanks so much for having had this chance to be with you. Thank you.
I think all the collection basket is not quite in yet, but Mrs. Cram seems to be ready again. She got that $500 so quick, she says she'll now match anybody's 100. How about it now? Anybody in the house with 100? Well, here's 3 of them. That makes 4. Here's another one down here. Here. Go down and get these. Don't let them get away. Mr. Gregory, will you look out for them down there? That's it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, just a moment while we're finishing up this collection. It'll be through in one moment. While they are, we've got some members of the House here who've come here for this meeting. It's a very great pleasure to have them. They're down there fighting this better fight every day. Let me present them to you. Representative Newt Hill of Washington. Representative Stephen A. Day of Illinois. I think we've got Congressman Fred Hartley of New Jersey here. I want you to see another valiant battler in the cause of peace, the chairman of the Keep America Out of War Committee, Mr. Oswald Garrison Villard. And we have been honored by a visit from the chairman of the great and powerful and numerous North America First Chapter of Illinois, Mrs. Janet A. Fairbanks. They want to see Mrs. Cram. Well, here's another 100. Mr. Paul C. Hessler from Wilmington, Delaware. I must present to you a very, very ardent and earnest member of the National Committee, the American First Committee, Mrs. Burton K. Wheeler. And over here on the left, the lady who sponsors Senator Nye, Mrs. Gerald P. Nye. And next to her, Mrs. D. Worth Clark. Mrs. D. Worth Clark next to Mrs. Nye. There is another $100 from Dr. Leroy Coons. I hope everybody's keeping track of these. Somebody want to give me money? Now, ladies and gentlemen, I think we've had enough of this now. You know, we have an office at 515 Madison Avenue, and anybody who wants to bring us money can deliver it there. Now, one moment, please. I need not introduce to you your next speaker, that brave spirit whose voice has filled this whole land with the sheer eloquence of truth since this battle began. I present to you once again Charles A. Lindbergh.
WOR's Special Features Division has placed the following half-hour period at the disposal of Charles A. Lindbergh, who is about to speak before an America First Committee rally at Madison Square Garden in New York City. Mr. Lindbergh will be introduced by the Executive Chairman of the New York chapter of the America First Committee, John T. Flynn. Mr. Flynn.
Fellow Americans, 22,000 Americans who are crowded into this great Madison Square Garden tonight will be interested to know that a vast throng of people, a great outpouring of New Yorkers, have unhappily not been able to find this place for themselves in this great amphitheater. I am informed by the members of our staff that the police estimate there are 10,000 people standing in one of the streets outside, and that thousands more have come and gone because of their inability to get in. People who have come here, standing here, to hear over the loudspeakers, one who comes back to us tonight with a title prouder than that by which I introduced him in this city before, Citizen Charles A. Lindbergh. because we believe in an independent destiny for America. Such a destiny does not mean that we will build a wall around our country and isolate ourselves from contact with the rest of the world. But it does mean that the future of America will not be tied to these eternal wars in Europe. It means that American boys will not be sent across the ocean to die so that England or Germany or France or Spain may dominate the other nations. An independent American destiny means, on the one hand, that our soldiers will not have to fight everybody in the world who prefers some other system of life to ours. On the other hand, it means that we will fight anybody and everybody who attempts to interfere with our hemisphere. And that we will do so with all the resources of our nation. It means that we rely on our own strength, our own ability, and our own courage to preserve this nation and to defeat anyone who is rash enough to attack it. It means that we have faith that these United States of ours can compete in commerce or in war with any combination of foreign powers. And that we are no more afraid of the Europe of Germany than our forefathers were afraid of the Europe of France or England or Spain. We in America should have no reason to fear. With adequate leadership, we can be the strongest and the most influential nation in the world. No other country has as great resources. None is as easily defended. We lack only a leadership that places America first. A leadership that tells what it means and means what it says. Give us that, and we will be the most powerful country in the world. Give us that, and we will be so united that no one will dare to attack us. Our country is not divided today because we fear war or sacrifice or because we fear anything at all. We are divided because we are asked to fight over issues that are Europe's and not ours. Issues that Europe created by her own short-sightedness. We are divided because many of us do not wish to fight again for England's balance of power or for her domination of India, Mesopotamia, or Egypt. Or for the Polish corridor, or for another treaty like Versailles. We are divided because we do not want to cross an ocean to fight on foreign continents for foreign causes against an entire world combined against us. Many of us do not think we can impose our way of life at the point of a machine gun on the peoples of Germany, Russia, Italy, France, and Japan. Many of us do not believe that democracy can be spread in such a manner. We believe that we are more likely to lose it at home than to spread it abroad by prolonging this war and sending millions of our soldiers to death in Europe and Asia. Democracy is not a quality that can be imposed by war. The attempt to do so has always met with failure. Democracy can spring only from within a nation itself, only from the hearts and minds of the people. It can be spread abroad by example, but never by force. The strength of a democracy lies in the satisfaction of its own people. Its influence lies in making others wish to copy it. If we cannot make other nations wish to copy our American system of government, we cannot force them to copy it by going to war. On the contrary, if we go to war to preserve democracy abroad, we are likely to end by losing it at home. There are already signs of danger around us. We have been shouting against intolerance in Europe, but it has been rising in America. We deplore the fact that the German people cannot vote on the policies of their government. That Hitler led his nation into war without asking their consent. But have we been given the opportunity to vote on the policy our government has followed? No, we have been led toward war against the opposition of 4/5 of our people. We had no more chance to vote on the issue of peace and war last November than if we had been in a totalitarian state ourselves. We in America were given just about as much chance to express our beliefs at the elections last fall as the Germans would have been given if Hitler had run against Goering. This state of affairs should make every American, even the interventionists, stop and think before we plunge blindly into a second world war. There are many interventionists who actually believe that by going to war, we can strengthen democracy throughout the world, and with it, all the civilized virtues which we in this country support. These people overlook our failure in the last war to make the world safe for democracy. They overlook the persecution and the intolerance which followed that war in Europe. They do not seem to realize that the elements they dislike in Germany lie beneath the surface of every nation. That they are here in America, just as they are in Europe, and that nothing is as likely to bring them out as war, especially a prolonged war. I opposed this war before it was declared because I felt it would be disastrous for Europe. I knew that England and France were not in a position to win, and I did not want them to lose. I now oppose our entry into the war because I do not believe that our system of government in America can survive our participation, or that our way of life can survive our participation. And here I address a plea to any interventionist who may be listening to me tonight. I ask them to consider what a prolonged war will bring. I ask them to consider what the last war brought to Europe, to Russia, to Italy, to Germany, and now to France and England, and even the smaller countries. I ask them to remember that we in America returned from that war with the loss of relatively few soldiers, but that now we face a war in which our losses are likely to run into the millions, and in which victory itself is doubtful. I ask them to consider whether democracy, tolerance, and our American way of life are likely to survive in such a struggle. Or may we not find conditions as bad or worse in America after a war than they are in the dictatorships of Europe today? It is all very well to shout for war, to say that aggression must be stopped, that our ideals of democracy must be preserved all over the world. But when the shouting is over, then we will be faced with the reality of war. Someone must lay plans for invading Germany, for invading Japan, for invading possibly Russia, France, Italy, and Spain as well. Someone must do the fighting, someone the dying. When we turn from sentiment and emotion to reality and action, the task we face is staggering. We find ourselves unprepared for war, about to enter an action that will require us to cross 2 oceans and to invade nations with a far greater population than ours. Nations with armies that have been trained for years, armies that have been hardened by generations of warfare, armies that are larger now than ours can ever be. We find ourselves in a position where we would have to force landings on a hostile coast against the prepared positions of the strongest military powers in the world. Democracy is not likely to survive a conflict such as this will bring. It is doubtful that freedom can exist, even in America, if we are forced into such a war.
Our guest of honor has been very patient, but I make no apologies, partly because his presence here attests his interest in Haverford, and partly because he could not speak before 10:50.
In a few moments, we will bring you an address by the Honorable Herbert Hoover, former President of the United States. Felix Morley, President of Haverford College, is about to confer upon Mr. Hoover an honorary degree. The next voice you will hear will be that of Mr. Morley.
It only remains for me, by virtue of the same authority which I have already exercised tonight, to add one more illustrious name to the list of Haverford alumni, to add one more distinguished member to the class of 1941. Herbert Hoover. They'll put you on with your call. Always my watch there. Great humanitarian and far-sighted organizer for the alleviation of suffering, benefactor and beneficiary of the spirit of true liberalism, fearless apostle of individual enterprise as directed to social betterment, elder statesman of world outlook and tireless worker in the paths of peace, guardian of higher education and compassionate comrade of underprivileged youth, America's leading private citizen with sympathies as broad as the human race, in admiration of surpassing service in the tradition of the Society of Friends, Haverford College confers on you the degree of Doctor of Laws.
trustee, the faculty, and the students of Haverford College. I deeply appreciate the honor which I have just received, and it's a great pleasure at last to be able to accept an invitation to come to Haverford, and for two reasons. It was founded and has been sustained by the faith in which I was reared. And when I was yearning to go to college, my stern Quaker managers insisted that my spiritual welfare would be unsafe in a non-sectarian institution. They therefore secured for me a scholarship in this college and an alternate one at Earlham. But my ambitions being then in science and engineering, and Haverford at that time not being strong in those branches, I went elsewhere. That deficiency has long since been overcome, and Haverford now turns out its quota of first quality of men in science and engineering. On this college campus, devoted to science and culture, let us turn for a moment from the disaster and destruction that is about us. Of that you will hear enough from many sources, including myself. So that for tonight, let us consider something that may be an antidote for war destruction and war hardships. And therefore I take this occasion to urge again the expansion of our research facilities in pure and applied science, and to better organize the application of what we already know in those fields. That is at all times the highway to increased efficiency and increased productivity in the nation. Now, this progress is the more urgent today because through it we can contribute to alleviate the hardships of our American people both during and after this war. However, as Huxley insists, let me first define my terms. For the practical purposes of this discussion, at least, pure science research means search for fundamental natural law. That is the search for truth. And that's good exercise at any time. Now, applied science research is the application of such discoveries in practical use. That is invention. Pure science is thus the raw material of applied science. And for this discussion, national industrial efficiency means producing more goods and services per capita. Now, I don't want you to think that I'm building a rigid wall between pure and applied science. Their purposes and burdens are very much blended. I might mention another distinction between them. There is no big money reward in pure science. Sometimes the scientists get an obituary notice on the 4th page inside. Now, I am not one who believes that the whole of civilization is founded upon scientific discovery or upon inventions. I could complain of 1,000 economic and social ills that have come from the Industrial Revolution, including the increased capacity for mass murder. But because of this war, I can tell you that unless we quickly have more of the same discovery and invention and more efficient application of what we already know, our standards of living and even our civilization will degenerate. For first, whatever the outcome of these present wars, there is one thing certain. We shall have to divert a large segment of national energy to armament in defense for years to come. That at once decreases the output of articles for public consumption. Unless we can, by some parallel action, increase our production of consumption goods, it means an immediate reduction in the standard of living. And there's nothing that can so contribute to take up that deficiency as new discovery in pure science and the flood of new inventions that always comes. From that source, we can get more labor-saving devices, better methods with which to increase production. We can get new materials to substitute for those that we have to take from the people for munitions. Nor do we need to depend wholly on new discovery and new invention to increase our national productivity. We can organize to better apply what we already know, and that can produce immediate results. And second, there is another and a more immediate purpose of enlarged research. This airplane has revolutionized warfare. It has made the aggressor far more powerful. It has made small nations helpless to defend their liberties. It has made the butchering of women and children a part of war. And the world has not yet found its defensive answer. The airplane was born in the science of physics. The answer might come from there. And it imperatively demands research and more research, and at once. For if that answer could come, and come quickly, it would turn the whole face of the world. Third, whatever the outcome of this war, one thing more is certain. The whole world and our own country will be greatly impoverished and smothered with debts. There is only one certain road to rapid recuperation, and that is to increase the technological power of the nation. It is increased productivity at lower costs that the nation will need. In the past, we have always reaped such advances from every important discovery and every invention and every organized application. There's, of course, the commonly proposed idea that we could increase production and alleviate scarcity in goods by longer working hours. But it is far better that we accomplish this by more scientific discovery, new labor-saving devices, new methods, or the more vigorous organization of what we already know. Now, I don't need to be told all of the old arguments that invention puts men out of jobs. That ghost is as old as when Eli Whitney invented the cotton gin. And that ghost should have been laid when it saw the effect of the gas engine. Because for every man in a livery stable yesterday, there are 20 men in a garage today. Nor is there justification for that other truculent ghost which wails about more pressure upon individual workers. It only means that we work our machines and our heads a little harder. Our pure science research is dependent largely upon our universities and a few specially endowed institutions. Their research work is decreasing rather than increasing. The reduced interest return on endowments of our institutions is driving them to cut into research rather than into teaching. I doubt that even without curtailment, the total resources for pure science research for the whole country amount to more than $20 million a year. Thus, we allow pure science a national expense account of about 5% of what we allow for cosmetics.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are listening to an address by the Honorable Herbert Hoover, former President of the United States, speaking at the commencement exercises of Haverford College. Mr. Hoover.
Probably $200 million a year. And that's not equal to our cosmetic allowance by a great deal. And now, under the pressure of preparedness, we do need more new methods and new inventions and more labor-saving devices and more new materials. So let me explore the process for a moment by which we get at it. I've said elsewhere that there was a time when invention came from a starving genius in the garret. We got the steam engine that way. Those gifts now come from long years of patient experiment in great laboratories. Like the growth of plants, cell by cell, and fact upon fact, someday there comes forth the blossom of discovery, the illuminating hypothesis, or the great generalization. And finally it fruits into a multitude of inventions. Moreover, poverty does not necessarily or essentially clarify thought, nor does it provide laboratory equipment. bread and water diet has been discarded by the mother of invention. I can easily illustrate the movement of pure science from discovery into invention. Our electrical industries today are the result of search into pure science. They are the result of a half a century of step-by-step advance in the realms of pure physics and mathematics. It is from these realms that Faraday extracted the transformation of mechanical energy into electricity through induction. It's an old story that Gladstone was induced to visit Faraday's physics laboratory to see this new scientific contraption. And when Gladstone, being a very practical man, inquired whether it would be of any use to mankind, Faraday replied, "Sir, I think someday you'll be able to tax it." But it was long afterwards that Edison and Thomson and Siemens and other engineers translated Faraday's discovery into power and light. And today it moans and groans with taxation, but it pays the taxes. But taxes are not the major achievement. Rivers of sweat have been saved from the backs of men. Watt and Faraday did more to reduce the 84-hour week to a 44-hour week and to give more good jobs to men than all the laws and all the organizations which have been embattled in their cause. And infinite drudgery has been lifted from the hands of women. The electric light alone has relieved the human race from the curse of always carrying lamps about and scrubbing up candle drips and everlastingly carrying one or the other of them somewhere else. And its benefits are not all economic. They lift the spirit. It adds cheer to life, enables us to postpone our spectacles for a few years longer. It has made reading in bed infinitely more comfortable. By merely pushing a button, we've introduced the element of surprise in dealing with burglars. And the goblins that lived in dark corners and under the bed are now driven into the outdoors. The doctors now peer into the recesses of our insides, and our electric light enables our cities and towns to clothe themselves in gaiety by night, no matter how their appearance may be by day. It's lengthened the hours of our active lives and enabled us to read the type in the telephone book, and it's become the friend of man and child. But now let me return to my illustration of the progress of skilled research in electrical physics. From Faraday, we can move on to Maxwell's formulation of the electric wave theory by pure mathematics. Hertz confirmed Maxwell in experiment and proved the radiation of waves through the air. It was the engineers Marconi and De Forest that transformed these discoveries of pure physics again into radio communication. And out of that, we get jazz by night and war scares by day. And between them, it diverts our minds from other trouble. And now somebody will say that all this is in the past. What of the future? Are there any great fields to explore from which such benefits can spring again? The answer is that never in the whole history of fundamental science has there been so many vistas opened before us as right now. Discovery and invention expand in geometrical progression. Inventive minds play upon every new invention and breed a dozen more. Much of our progress comes from the invention of new instruments, that is, new tools for research. They are born from long study and hypotheses and the price of experiment. And out of these discoveries in atomic structure and radiation have come new tools and new instruments which open up still wider avenues of research. By use of these laboratory tools or instruments comes a multitude of discoveries and inventions in their train. Every time we get a new one, we have some addition to human progress. In the very recent past, our scientists have evolved a number of these instruments, the possibilities of which just stretch our imagination to the breaking point. The harnessing of the cathode ray, for instance, through the cathode tube, was the key of television, and a great industry was then born. And from that application, the cathode tube was further developed to the astonishing new electron microscope. And today we have photographs of red blood corpuscles as large as dishpans. And we're able to photograph some molecules. And a dime could be enlarged to a mile in diameter if we had a big enough film. And from all this we know more how to limit the conduct of bacteria and increase the energies of men again. We will know more about cellular structure and the makeup of molecules, which will improve our industrial processes. The field of discovery with this instrument has hardly been entered. There are only 2 or 3 of these microscopes in use today, and shortly there will be scores of them in the hands of our scientists, provided always that somebody furnishes the money to build and operate them. And there is the cyclotron and the mass spectrograph, and their opening of whole vistas of atomic structure. And actual atomic power has been experimentally produced within these last few years. Now, all these instruments are revolutionary. All advance in laboratory instruments is not so sensational. Minor ones happen every day, which contribute to progress, however. The spectroscope was a few years ago just a tool for the astronomer. And today it has been transformed into an instrument for accurate metallurgical analysis by which we control the steel furnaces, and thus the methods of industry slowly improve. Now, the invention of the steam engine did not appear in the headlines of the world then engaged in the Napoleonic War. Yet it saved the world from much of the impoverishment of those wars. History may yet record that the headlines of today should have been devoted to the inventions around the electron rather than the war news. And now I come again to this question of money for exploration. I believe every physical scientist in this country today could name new paths and new fields that await for money to mobilize men and equipment. Many of their results may be sterile, but somewhere something comes. An improved instrument, a new path opens, and in the end an increase in the standard of living. Someone will say that these great discoveries of fundamental law cannot be forced, that we have to wait for them. I don't contend that you can go out and buy such a genius and have him produce every morning. But I do say that he can't perform at all without equipment and support. Nor do we have to wait for pure science research to give birth to new laws, new instruments, new methods, new power, new labor-saving devices. In many directions, we sorely need to support research in the application of what we already know in pure science. One of the greatest of our problems right now is to develop more industrial raw materials which our farmers can produce in substitution for their overproduction of food. I doubt whether we're spending $5 million a year looking after them in that particular. And we're compelled to subsidize the farmer with $1 billion a year to regiment him besides, until we can find some such a solution as this. And in the realm of industry, there are further vast possibilities in the synthetic fibers and rubber and plastics, new sources and new methods of making the use of cellulose and a score of other things. There's the field of metallurgical treatment of low-grade ores. If we develop such methods, we could free ourselves from depending on imports of chrome and manganese, which are so difficult to obtain right now. We need substitutes for materials in our defense. I doubt if actually $3 million a year is being spent in actual research laboratories on these problems. Nor to improve our national efficiency and our productivity do we have to wait for even these better applications of science. Under the pressures of emergency, we can increase national efficiency through the elimination of existing industrial waste in motion and materials. And that requires that we remove every sort of restriction, both by capital and labor, which impede or penalize the use of better methods and better machines, or the working of these machines all the time. At once someone will rise up and say that these are fine generalities, but they lack an exact and particular action which will bring results right now while we're in the middle of this preparedness for defense. If you will go back to the last war and examine the methods which we then adopted for the elimination of waste, the simplification of methods, and the substitution of materials for continuous operation, you will find an immediate and enormous field already pioneered and proved by experience. If the armed forces need to take 20% of our shoes by such a device, we could at once increase the output of our existing facilities and thus save a good deal of cramp in our shoes. Now we'll spend about $20 billion a year on our armament. We will pile most of it up in a national debt. If we would invest about 1% of this in an insurance policy called research and elimination of waste, we might save much of the bankruptcy when these wars die. It's possible that the aggressive superiority of the airplane in war might be checked. And that becomes vital to the freedom of nations and to stop the massacre of women and children. And is not beyond human imagination that the quiet, unobtrusive scientist and engineer in their laboratories may make all nations self-contained in raw materials and in their production of goods. And what a holocaust that would be for international quarrels and international thinking, and for much of the causes of war. And that brings me to another phase. We've been told with monotonous repetition by the collectivists and left-wingers that our frontiers are gone. They say our industrial plant is built. They claim there's no safety valve for human energies except war. They assure us that we've come to an age of humdrum problems of underconsumption and overproduction and division of the existing pot. They say that new opportunity for youth has shrunken. That is not so. There was never in history a more glorious frontier for youth than there is today. Adventure and opportunity beckon at every avenue of science. They beckon from the great profession of men trained in research. They beckon from it 1,000 applications. From it springs tens of thousands of new services and new industries. In them, human courage and character and ability have an outlet that have never come even with the two-gun frontier. And just as new villages followed the stockades of the frontier, so do new cities follow every new mastery of technology and power. And let those who lament the loss of frontier life not forget the adventures along every mile of highway, even from a traffic cop. That all emanated from the discovery of the internal combustion engine. But research can bring far more than defense from aggression, or the opening of new frontiers, or discoveries, or adventures, or inventions, or labor-saving devices, or more power, or even increased standards of living. There also lies in these fields a contribution to the moral and the spiritual welfare of mankind. Here is the lifting of men's minds beyond the depressing incidents of the day. Here lies the unfolding of beauty, the ever-widening of the boundaries of knowledge. Here is the inculcation of veracity of thought, in a world that is sodden with intellectual dishonesty. Here is the harmonizing of the individual to the pattern of his environment. And here is the confirmation of a spiritual guidance in the universe far above man himself. And today we need more of these things to help and to save, to build a great nation.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard an address by the Honorable Herbert Hoover, former President of the United States, who has just spoken before the graduating class of Haverford College at Haverford, Pennsylvania, during the commencement exercises now in progress. This broadcast has originated through the facilities of WCAU in Philadelphia. Louis Fisher speaking. We return you now to our New York studios.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Your Hit Parade. The top tunes all over America as determined by Your Hit Parade survey, which checks the bestsellers in sheet music and phonograph records, the songs most heard on the air, and the songs most played on the automatic coin machines. An accurate, authentic tabulation of America's taste in popular music. Your Hit Parade.
I'm Henry Chapp with a pocket full of nickels for the Hit Parade Jukebox. Let's count them down. We have two songs leaving the chart this week. Oh, Look at Me Now, which was number 10 last week by Tommy Dorsey with Frank Sinatra, Connie Haynes, the Pied Pipers on the vocals, and number 10, Lullaby Lane, which was number 6, a big drop for them, by Tony Pastor's orchestra, which features Linda Keane, Joe McAfee, Tony Pastor himself, and Dee Anderson on the vocal.
Not the guy who cared about love, and I'm not the guy who cared about fortunes and such. Never cared much.
Oh, look at you now.
I never knew the technique of kissing. I never knew the thrill I could get from your touch. Never knew much.
Oh, look at you now. You're a new man, better than Casanova at his best.
With a new heart, a brand new start, I'm so proud I'm busting my vest.
So you're the guy who turned out a lover.
Yes, I'm the guy who laughed at those blue diamond rings
one of those things.
But look at you now.
He's not the guy who cared about love, and he's not the guy who cared about fortunes and such. Cared about much, but look at him now.
I'm a lover.
He never knew the technique of kissing. He never knew the thrill he could get from her touch. Never knew much, but look at him now.
Man, I really come on.
He's a new man, better than
Casanova at his best, rider.
with a new start, a brand new heart.
He's so proud he's busting his vest. So he's the guy who turned out a lover. So he's the guy who laughed at those blue diamond rings. One of those things.
But look at me now.
He's a new man, better than Casanova at his best. He's got some new jive and it's really fine.
Why, I'm so proud I'm busting my vest.
He's a lover. Yes, we know he's a lover. Yes.
I laughed at those blue diamond rings. Just one of those things.
But look at him now.
Jack, I'm ready.
Look at him now.
Wasn't it a lucky thing that we got caught in the rain?
And found ourselves on the doorstep of number 10 Lullaby Lane.
And wasn't it a lucky thing?
The man came out to explain that we were just the right people.
For number 10 Lullaby Lane.
He told us we could move right in if we would sign the lease.
But when we said we weren't wed,
He said he was also the justice of the peace.
So if you're in the neighborhood
and you get caught in the rain,
you'll find us waiting to greet you
at number 10 Lullaby Lane. Look, honey, isn't that a cute little house?
I'll say it is. Say, I wonder if anybody's bought it yet.
Well, let's go and ask the caretaker.
All right.
Pardon me, sir. Is this house sold?
No, ma'am, it isn't. Won't you step inside? It's just waiting for a happy groom and bride.
Well, we're not married. I haven't even asked her.
Well, step right in. I'm the master. So if you're in the neighborhood
and you get caught in the rain,
you'll find us waiting to greet you.
number 10 Lullaby Lane.
Arriving back on the chart after being off for 1 month is Georgia on My Mind by Billie Holiday, number 10.
Georgia, Georgia, the whole day through, just an old sweet song keeps Georgia on my mind. to me. All the eyes smile tenderly, still in peaceful dreams I see the road leads back to you. Georgia, Georgia, no peace I find, just an old sweet song keeps Georgia on my mind.
Our number 9 song was on the chart 2 weeks ago. Here is Two Hearts That Pass in the Night by Swing and Sway with Sammy Kgei.
Two hearts that pass in the night, to express this beautiful thought, we present Arthur Wright.
Two hearts that pass in the night, in the magical light of the moon, knowing how soon night is gone. Two hearts that join in a glance and discover romances are made only to fade with the dawn. So for an hour you were mine, and my heart was aglow with a power beyond divining. Two hearts have tasted delight. Must they always be lonely, alas, two hearts that pass in the night?
Our number 8 song this week was number 9 last week. Here is Una Mae Carlisle, Walking by the River.
There's dew upon the ground and not a soul in sight. I'm walking by the river 'cause I'm meeting someone there tonight. I hear a distant sound, I see a far-off light. I'm walking by the river 'cause I'm meeting someone there tonight. Murmuring waters say there's no time to delay. Hurry on your way, my friend. If you don't get there soon, there may not be a moon to guide you to that happy end. My heart is riding high. My blues have taken flight, and I'm walking by the river, 'cause I'm meeting someone there tonight. There's no time to delay, so hurry on your way, my friend. If you don't get there soon, there may not be a moon to guide you to that happy end. My heart is riding high. My blues have taken flight, and I'm walking by the river, 'cause I'm meeting someone there tonight.
Our number 7 song was number 8 last week. It's Goodbye Now by Horace Heidt and the orchestra with Ronnie Kemper on the vocals.
Goodbye now, goodbye now. I thought the party was divine. I spent the evening forgetting the time. I can't deny, but now goodbye. Goodbye now, goodbye now. The trip by taxi wasn't far. We'd linger longer if I had a car. It's no use to cry, and now goodbye. There's one advantage to our leaving. It brings about a special kiss. I hope that this will be eternally a momentary parting, just a second, then we're starting. So goodbye now, goodbye now. It's just a moment that we're apart. To make it certain, I'll leave you my heart. But for now, it's just goodbye now. There's one advantage to our leaving. It brings about a special kiss. I hope that this will be eternally a momentary parting, just a second, then we're starting. So goodbye now.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. It's just a moment that we're apart. To make it certain, I'll leave you my heart. But for now, it's just goodbye now.
Moving up a notch from number 7 to number 6, it is a band that is really hot right now. Bob Eberly sings it, Jimmy Dorsey plays it. Here is The Things I Love.
The summer skies, the golden flicker of the fireflies, the gleam of love light in your lovely eyes. These are the things I love. A silver moonbeam peeping through the trees, a bed of tulips nodding in the breeze, the look you give in answer to my pleas. These are the things I love. Oh, once I thought that life was just a winter thing. My heart was cold, and then you came to me, and like a breath of spring, you turned the silver snow to gold. Robin serenade when day is through, the babbling brook beside our rendezvous, your sweet voice whispering, darling, I love you. These are the things I love.
Tonight we are going to flash back to the era of the hand-cranked Victrola, 1912. This song sold 1 million copies and was awarded the 4th gold record. Here is one of the greatest entertainers, Al Jolson, singing Raggin' My Baby to Sleep.
Night has fallen, lights are low, shadows they creep, babies asleep. All at once there comes a squall, the baby has started the ball. Wifey has said, Jim, leave the bed, baby has awakened, so once more you take baby in your arms, you hum while you're walking the floor. That ragtime walk with baby, 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 you
upon your shoulder. You don't have to change the baby's lullaby. She won't cry, don't you try. Eyes you're rubbing, toes you're sobbing, dragging the baby to sleep. Broke the bottle filled with milk. You're feeling sad, that makes you mad. Then the baby starts to weep. Oh, gracious, how am I going to get her to sleep, You hum and croon an old-fashioned tune. Just then the thought seems to strike you. You know what the baby wants. She has the ragtime craze too. You walk and walk with baby, baby, I said you're loving baby. You walked and walk and walk with baby like someone older. Rest my head upon your shoulder. You don't have to change the baby's lullaby. She won't cry, don't you try. Eyes you're rubbing, toes you're stubbing. Ouch, dragging the baby to sleep.
Holding steady at number 5 is Tommy Dorsey and the orchestra with Frank Sinatra and the Pied Pipers on the vocals, and they have nothing to worry about. Here is Do I Worry.
Stepping out, do I worry? 'Cause you've got me in doubt. Though your kisses aren't right, do I give a bag of beans? Do I stay home every night and read my magazines? Am I frantic 'cause we've lost the spark? Is there panic when it starts turning dark? And when evening shadows creep, do I lose any sleep over you? Do I worry? You can bet your life I do. I stay home every night and read my magazines. Am I frantic 'cause we've lost the spark? Is there panic when it starts turning dark? And when evening shadows creep, do I lose any sleep over you? Do I worry? You can bet your life I do.
Our number 4 song is the song that has been on the chart the longest, March 15th. It was number 3 last week, so it dropped 1 notch. Here's That Pretty Little Poppy, Amapola by Jimmy Dorsey and the orchestra with Bob Eberly and Helen O'Connell on the vocal.
A boy found a dream upon a distant shore. A maid with a way of whispering, "Si, senor." Each night, while guitars would softly play, the tune seemed to dance round the words that he'd say. Amapola, my pretty little poppy, you're like that lovely flower, so sweet and heavenly. Since I found you, my heart is wrapped around you, and loving you it seems to be a rhapsody. Amapola, the pretty little poppy, must copy its endearing charms from you. Amapola, Amapola, how I long to hear you say, I love you.
Lovely flower, so sweet and heavenly. Since I found you, my heart is wrapped around you, and loving you it seems to be the rhapsody. Amapola, the pretty little poppy, must copy its endearing charms from you.
Our number 3 song was last week's number 4 song. It's another one by Jimmy Dorsey and the orchestra with Bob Eberly on the vocals. Here's Maria Elena.
Maria Elena, you're the answer to a prayer. Maria Elena, can't you see how much I care? To me, your voice is like the echo of a sigh, and when you're near, my heart can't speak above a sigh. Maria Elena, say your heart. A love like mine is great enough for two. To share this love is really all I ask of you. Your heart, a love like mine is great enough for two. To share this love is really all I ask of.
Holding steady at number 2 is the only instrumental on our chart. Wayne King plays it. Here is that haunting melody intermezzo. and number one for the second week in a row. It's that sad song pulled right out of today's headlines. Here is the Jimmy Dorsey Orchestra with Bob Eberly on the vocals and My Sister and I.
The warm and lovely world we knew has been struck by a bitter frost. But my sister and I recall with a sigh the world we knew and loved and lost. My sister and I remember still a tulip garden by an old Dutch mill, and the home that was all our own until. But we don't talk about that. My sister and I recall once more the fishing schooners pulling into shore, and the dog cart we drove in days before. But we don't talk about that. We're learning to forget the fear that came from a troubled sky. We're almost happy over here, but sometimes we wake at night and cry. My sister and I recall the day we said goodbye and then we sailed away, and we think of our friends who had to stay, but we don't talk about that. We're learning to forget the fear that came from a troubled sky. We're almost happy over here, but sometimes we wake at night and cry. My sister and I recall the day we said goodbye and then we sailed away, and we think of our friends who had to stay, but we don't talk about that.
And that is the Your Hit Parade Jukebox for the week ending June 7th, 1941. My name is Henry Chop. Help do your part for defense. Buy defense bonds and stamps at your local post office. An $18 investment today gets you $25 in 10 years. So long for a while.
So long for a while.
That's all the songs for a while. So long to your hit parade and the tunes that you pick to be played. So long.
That's the way it was on June 7th, 1941. How was that for a program, huh? There was just a lot of great stuff tonight on there. I'll tell you what we're going to listen to tomorrow, and I know it's going to be kind of a letdown compared to what we had tonight, but I'll tell you what we're going going to listen to tonight in a second. Please don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you enjoy content like this, and click that bell icon to get notifications as to when a new upload will premiere. That will also get us into that YouTube and Google algorithm. This channel does not qualify for monetization because of the vintage radio, music, and film content that we feature. Because of that, we are asking for your support. We set up 2 links in the expanded description section to this video. One is to PayPal and one is to GoFundMe. Both are secure. All I see is the amount that you contribute and your name, and that's all. If the GoFundMe link is out of date, go to a more recent video or this channel's description for an updated link. These videos take quite a bit of time and research to put together. Thank you in advance. Well, tomorrow night we are going to spotlight Sunday, June 8th, 1941, of course, and we only have 3 programs. We have one program called I Was There, and this episode is titled The Duke of Windsor. And then we have Behind the Mic, and it's interesting is they explain how a radio program is sold to a sponsor. And then we have the Columbia Workshop, and they do, I guess, the 1941 equivalent of a rerun, because we heard this story before on the Columbia Workshop. It's the Odyssey of Runyon Jones. So come back again tomorrow night. My name is Henry Chap, your host. Let's turn off this old tube radio. That's our time machine. Good night. God bless.
This changing world, this changing scene, where is it taking us? What does it mean? As long as we're certain of each other, we know we don't have to be afraid. These changing times we rise above. We have no time for them. We have our love, and love is the only thing that still remains the same through all this changing.